You didn't think we were done just yet, surely. Welcome back for day two. FNCS, OCE, Major 1, and the main change. Just in case you're wondering, has there been a little bit of a visual glitch? Alongside Two Tap Tony, let's get straight into it. Matsy, welcome to day two.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on a board for day two of competition here. Very excited to see what some of these players have been getting up to and what all these teams are going to be able to do. I think we're going to have some thrilling competition. You know, I had a little peek at what was going on in the first day there, and I reckon we got more absolute bangers on the way.
Yes, sir, Tony. Is that
Mm.
more or less the emphatic analysis we were looking for that Profound Rice carried with on day one? What are you looking forward to on day two, friend?
I'm expected to see a few more different victory royales from a few different teams. Of course, we got the same two of from yesterday. You know, Phasma Crusades coming out to a hot start, and then a little bit of a teeter off towards the end. We saw some new champions, of course, be crowned. The leaderboard reflects that, right? A lot of close competition towards that top. So I imagine the action just going to get a little bit more hectic today as well.
Are we ready? It was slow paced, then started to build. We've got a few game mechanics that I probably should have mentioned yesterday that we'll get into specifically for day two that will be oh so important when we're deciding ultimately these three spots. And of course, there is a prize pool. And also, looking at the chat today and comments from the players in the last 24 hours, gentlemen, a lot of, are we saying banter? Is it ego? What am I seeing here, Matsy?
I think it's a good mixture of both. You know, that's the nature of the region. Always good to have a balance of both. You know, you don't want to go too hard, but you always got to have a bit of fun in competition there. So I respect it, and I hope everybody is enjoying that little bit of spice in between the games.
Okay, speaking of those games, and aforementioned spice, the schedule, nice and straightforward if you were with us yesterday. Kind of rinse and repeat here, Tony, but of course, after game 12, there'll be nothing left. Everything needs to be left out there today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we go into this one hot. You know, these teams have warmed up after yesterday. Few came out the gate swinging, a few a little bit quieter in the piece. So maybe we need to see that going into these very important next six set of games here. And for a lot of these teams, right, it's a lot on the line. You know, as we said, top three, pretty important to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, three spots from this region. It's the same for a few others. Of course, Europe having a little look-see like, three, but it does mean, Nazi, the very best. We had that, I guess, leapfrogging, if you like, at the end of the day in game 6. And yet, mathematically, going through it, there are still 12, 15 teams that genuinely have a realistic chance.
And I'm excited to find out exactly which might be able to earn their place, you know, heading into this one. Obviously, we've got some unsung heroes coming in to today, and some teams are able to slowly but certainly cement their positions there. So I'm keen to find out how the boards will transform as the day plays on.
Yeah, you know I love my stats. You couldn't keep me off it anyway. I'll be there with those as these two bring you the action. And of course, it's not just the three spots. The prize pool. Thankfully, it genuinely is great to see that every position out there will be rewarded. Tony, I believe the quickest elim yesterday for a team, in fact, was 25 seconds. Hey, if that happens consistently, you still walk away with $200 USD.
Yeah, not a bad overall prize pool, of course. All in USD, 16,000 for first, shared between the duo, of course. And then, you know, we teetered down into 8th to 9th, 10th, even still getting a grand, 11th to 20th as well, still getting a grand USD. So a lot of these teams, you know, they're going to be happy with the competition. They're going to be happy to be playing Fortnite at that top level in OCE. But for a lot of them as well, the prize pool's a very daunting thing to look at.
How do you mean? I'm just going to straight up go back to you on that. How do you mean by daunting?
Look, I mean, some of them probably want a lot more of that prize pool for themselves, right? A lot of them don't want to be placing around that 20th to 30th mark, right? You know, we see 500, 400, and especially, you know, 41st to 50th, to only 200. Some of them are vying probably for that second, that third place prize pool.
Got you. I did mention, of course, those three spots for the Major 1 Summit, which is the same as the Middle East, Asia, and North America West. Then, if you get through there, the top 5 qualify to the Fortnite Global Championships. This truly is a global pathway, Matsy. I don't know. Yesterday we had some people, it felt like they really would just take the 200 cash and that was a job well done. But there are some serious organizations, some serious firepower behind these competitors.
Yeah, they want a heavy return on investment there, and with that firepower, they have great responsibility to do themselves proud and do their fans proud as well. So certainly going to be battling it out to place as hard as they possibly can into this one. Obviously, there's going to be pricing on the way, and there's going to be that placement and a potential to get on to the bigger stage there. So very keen to find out who's going to be able to get their hands all over it today, because, you know, these teams are primed up. I can see it. You can see it. We're going to see it in action very soon.
I do really need to see if the action backs up the chat that I've been witnessing. Tony has mentioned yesterday in terms of game progression, we had, I'll say, around 5 teams eliminated around that by that 2-minute mark. It seemed to be, with all due respect, newer players or fresher players trying to make a name for themselves, walking out with not a good placement, not a good elim. Do you think we're going to see even more as that, as I guess the leaderboard gets stretched out here today on day 2?
I definitely feel like we'll probably see a lot more of that going into today, especially, you know, some of those lower ranking teams, probably around the 30th to 40th, that just probably, in the best word to put it, is grief. Some of the top of teams, right? We saw it happen yesterday in games 5 and 6, I believe. One of the lower placing teams on the leaderboard, I believe, was Sneaky Squad, going for a hot drop onto Phasma and Crusade and really ruining their last 2 games and ruining their chances of making this first place, second place gap a little bit bigger than they probably would have thought.
Yeah, it was incredible to see your back-to-back winners getting picked on, to say the very least, in terms of going out early, elims and whatnot. The aggressive teams, it seemed, were consistent with their placing and, of course, with a high elimination rate. Matty, if you don't mind taking us through the scoring table.
That's it. So our winner will be taking away 65 points there, 56 for second, 52 for third. Lots of high scoring all the way from the top there, 48 for fourth, fifth, second by 40 for 40. It'll be a sixth there, and it goes down by increments of 2 from there onwards. Obviously, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Going to be a 38, 36, 34, 32, and more to follow. So it's all going to go down in increments of 2, all the way down to 25th there, which will be earning 2 points. But the bonus on top is each elimination that's going to be earned by these teams will earn them an extra 4 points there. So the more elims that you secure, the better your chances are.
I chose the right guy for that job. 10 out of 10, no notes, Matsy. Thank you so much. Tony, having a look yesterday, do you go for placement? Do you go for high elims? The answer, unfortunately, was a very unanalytical yes. You go for both. It's there was a massive correlation between those teams who were more aggressive, particularly in the mid game, and someone like myself saying positioning will be really key late on. That's just a lie. That was just wrong. You had teams with excellent positioning jumping down into the dogfights because they wanted those elim points.
Oh, absolutely. We saw a lot of them go early and then, you know, teeters off towards the mid-game. It gets a little bit quieter. But one of those teams I probably want to highlight that definitely wanted to fight early was Snaggy and Star. They had a huge elim in their first game, I believe 11 to start off, and then they kind of teetered off a little bit. I saw maybe 2, I believe, around game 3, and then from there it was kind of like 0, maybe 1 or 2 elims here or there. And I guess for a team like Snaggy and Star, they definitely maybe want to keep that pace up, especially going into today where nerves are high. A lot of teams are bound to make some mistakes, and they could definitely capitalize off of that.
And something that you did mention a lot yesterday, and again, this is where I put my hand up and say, did not read it from the analytics desk, if you like, behind my spreadsheets. The Storm Surge and players tagging. Gentlemen, which one of you wants to stand up and bail me out of this one?
Tony, you want to take point on this one?
Yeah, all right. Storm Surge, I guess the simplest way to put it is, if you don't do a lot of damage, you take more damage from the storm. It's the easiest.
So that's why we're seeing more like mid to long range weapons and players tagging other players to ensure they don't, I guess, like fall under that threshold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Roger
Exactly
that.
right.
Roger that, because here I am being like, oh yeah, guys, the shotguns are great, you know, maybe run dual shotties and whatnot. And then we're seeing, I guess, quite a few competitors with a very high damage rate but quite a low elim stats. And I kept bringing it up. I kept being like, why? I'm starting to get how that mechanic plays out. Thank you, Tony, for clearing that up for me. On that, there were two players in particular that we were talking about with the damage, I believe, at the end of yesterday. They placed 12th and 18th. So you're thinking, all right, you're not so bad. For elims, down at 41st and 49th, you know who I've got here, friend?
That's Reside and Tinker.
Talk to me, please. I just kept barracking for him. They had a really good finish to the day, of course, and yet there's going to need to be a bit of change of strategy to secure a top 3 spot, surely.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely would like to see them kind of lock in a little bit more going into today. They had some decent placement towards the end of the night, right? I believe a third and second place to round out the evening. So, yeah, damage numbers were great. We just need to see them find those final elims. I believe what really, I guess, where they struggled was a little bit in the later game where they had to secure themselves a spot, but they were too focused on getting themselves in the zone that they weren't finishing off the elims that they probably could have.
Matsy, anything to add to that point? Anything you can give us into the minds of Resigns and Tinker, if they're going to tweak, or whether they just think they're a bit unfortunate?
Yeah, I think that they're going to be taking it with a mindset of rinse, repeat, reset into today. I think that, obviously you have your good and your bad days, but I think they'll be able to refresh themselves coming into the rest of the competition here. And I reckon they'll be able to come in with a resurgence of energy into today.
Ooh, I like it. Again, having thought that we knew the script, that we knew the formula after the opening 2 games, we ended up with 5 different winners overall. Your Mason-Mace combo coming through for a little bit of a late fade, but that top 3, Tony, the positions all changed from game 5 to game 6 with an 85-point lead going into it.
Yeah, it was, as I mentioned, an unfortunate grief that happened there to Phasma and Crusades, so they'll probably have to be on the eye out for that one going into probably the few opening games here. One of these teams maybe want to drop on, contest them early, get some early elims to their board, and really ruin Phasma and Crusades' day going into it. But a team that we saw really, really come to life and roar to life in those last few games were Alex and Reckless. We saw a big game, I believe it was in the the 4th game, was Alex with about, I think it was 10 elims overall, really putting him and his duo across the line. And then they had some very strong placements going into the last 2 games, I believe 8 elims and then 6 to round it out. So Alex and Reckless really, really coming to life there. Was not what I was expecting going into those last few games.
It was so good to watch again. I actually really like it, Matsy, when you do your pre-game analytics, or even yesterday, of course, there being half a dozen games for each match day, being like, all right, I got a handle on this situation now, and stuff like that happens. You think similar stuff here on day 2, or maybe even more?
Well, I think that we could have maybe a little bit of a different situation. Obviously day 1, you're going to be feeling each other out, kind of getting a gauge of the situation there. I think that today each team might be approaching it a little bit differently. And yeah, like I was talking about before, I think we're going to be able to spice things up and go maybe a complete other direction. At least I'm hopeful for it. I love a bit of a storyline.
I thought I'd try it again. I know that is what you said the first time. I'm like, having heard that little analysis from Tony, maybe I can win you back over. But it does make sense, something we were talking about actually with Rice yesterday, with those duos who are either experienced in terms of their pairing, or of course just experienced in the esport overall, where as the day progressed, despite, again, I guess a bit of griefing, I actually had written down here, like, don't say griefing, might be a bit toxic. We're just saying it today. We're just calling it like it is at OCE. Those experienced pairings, those even contracted players signed to an esports org, the maturity really showed up in big moments.
Yeah, and I think that it's important to have that veterancy, have that mature mindset to really take the game into your own there, be able to take control and just keep yourself composed in even the most stressful of situations.
I got you, Tony, because having a look again at social media and some of the Twitch chat and whatnot, and people being like, I could do that. What are they doing that for? 25-second elim for your team? Like, why am I not in this position? It is such a different experience playing in a big tournament live on broadcast compared to just at home with your mates.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, different from, your pubs with your mates, or, your random normal games that you run into. No ranked modes here, just kind of all business for most of these teams, right? We've seen a lot of that, especially yesterday. A lot of these teams, it was a lot of, I guess, some of the experienced names as well. We saw on the drop zones, especially for some of these teams. I believe Z-Dog and Oatly were one of those teams that were getting contested quite a bit, and were more often than not winning out in that contention, were able to get themselves some early points. So experience really coming to play for some of these teams in those high pressure situations, just from the drops alone.
What about on the other end then, Matsy, in terms of those competitors maybe hoping to get picked up by an org? Again, you're only as good as your comments on social media. And while they're not always the most eloquent, I will say occasionally I can understand the point behind them. Is this really the difference maker? Is this, you can do whatever you want before today, but if you perform well on broadcast in a big tournament, then you don't need to tweet as much perhaps, and you can just send in the resume.
Yeah, and I think it's like earning your medals, right? Being able to get that full showcase on the big screen there is really the best degree of importance, because it adds to your stack of achievements, like you said, your resume there. And, obviously you can make the best montage in the world, but it's getting the results in the official games that really matter. So, even if you manage to get your pub stomps in, it's the officials that really make it count.
Good. I'm glad you got my back on that one. And again,
Yeah.
genuinely said with the greatest respect to those players like adding other ones and orgs, or even just like Lockie. Chill, take a deep breath, and perform well today. And I promise we will be the first to have your back. We are just minutes away from Game 7 starting. Again, if you're just joining us, we had 6 yesterday, 6 more today. It will, of course, be a cumulative total with that scoring we mentioned, where placement is important. And Tony, particularly the weighting of it, again, something that we called out, but just wanted to see come to fruition. Even a bad game or two, and by bad, I'm saying like 30s, 40s, positioning wise, if you get a top 3 spot 2 or 3 times, it really could be enough.
Oh, absolutely. We saw Phasma and Crusades, especially, they won the first 2 games to open up the night. And from there, they were really, consistently getting a little bit of points here or there. And, they had a few rough games at the end of the track, but they still consistently first place back to back there, carried them through to a high placement there at the end of the leaderboard from day one. A few of these other teams, of course, had some pretty consistent results. Robin Mountain were consistently top 5 throughout the day. So, it's all about consistency for most of these teams. Mason Mace, especially up there, placing 16th within the top 16 in most of their games as well. So, yeah, it's consistency is rewarded very heavily in a format like this.
Mason Mace, triple 13s for those pairing. It was quite, I don't know. You like to think they're a bit frustrated, like, even we'll just take a 12th. Can we honestly just change something up? What is it? Insanity is doing the same thing again and again. No different result. You know what I mean, friends. We're almost done, I promise. Around 1 minute until Game 7 is going to be underway. Just getting there, that the leaderboard, it can change. It did change. If you think you know what's going on, don't you dare go anywhere until we've finished with Game 12, when we'll find out, of course, our champions. I'm not going to say, I am going to say, more importantly, only the top 3 teams that will progress today, Matsy.
Yeah, I'm excited to find out exactly how the placements transform as the day goes on. You were talking about Mason Mace earlier. I'm hopeful that they can come into these day of competition like a mace to the face, full power into the games here. I reckon that'll be a lot of fun.
Man, now if you've just given me like the open door for Mace puns throughout, that's on you. That is on you. Again, just having a look at the prize pool and what's ahead for these competitors, it really does just increase. So when I mentioned like the weighting, and maybe a few people saying, seems a bit unfair, shouldn't it be an even spread? We want the best from OCE going through. With all due respect, it's like if you're a quality, an average competitor, we will sing your praises. We've been giving everyone their flowers on this broadcast in day 1. But today really is moving day, business day, where we find out who can compete around the world. And as mentioned, with just 3 spots compared to some other regions, 5 or 20, Tony, we want the cream of the crop, and I'm convinced this is the format to do it. It seems a few might disagree slightly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is definitely the format to do it, especially with how heavily elims are weighted, right? We definitely get a little bit more sharper shooting from the top of the barrel there, especially with the points total over from the elims into it. But yeah, a lot of these teams playing for business today. A lot of them, it's no longer, the training wheels are off. It's serious time now.
It really is on day 2, the day to find out the quality of OCE. As you can see, friends, thank you for bearing with us. Game 7 about to be underway, and who better to take you through than Matsy and Two Tap Tony?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be getting right into action here, everybody. It's the moment you've all been waiting for, and can't wait to get us straight into business here, Tony. I'm sure these teams are primed up, ready for action, going to be firing off like a lightning here. And Tony, how you feeling coming into this one?
It should be an exciting day, man. As we had our Yap sesh fully through there for the pre-show. A lot of waiting on this day. Yesterday, if you have a little bit of a rough one, you still get your points. You get a little bit towards the middle of the leaderboard. But this one's definitely where it all shakes up. Of course, we do have a few contests at the moment. We do see, of course, a few teams around Latte landing. That is, of course, going to be, I believe, Fisher Harry and Gazer Falcon squad. So both these two teams, of course, just trying to get their materials early, get their guns going. And see if they can secure themselves some early points here, Matt.
Yeah, and that's the, I guess, the beauty of the early game, isn't it? Get as many resources as you can so you're prepared and ready for action. But already are going to be some knocks around the board here, so everybody are getting the early bits of prowess in. Might even be able to get the elimination if they're lucky. Oh, there you go. The knock coming out there, gone for the uppercut, but it's going to be quickly traded into the elimination.
Yeah, Fisher able to come out on top there. And that will be Gazer and Falcon getting it taken out early here in the first game. Not what you want to see, I believe, as well. We saw in the feed Oatly going down. So River Protoon, Oatly, and Z-Dog in a hot contest there. Of course, a lot of contests going around the map. Matt, we see a few over towards the eastern side as well. Over towards the beach. Over towards Builders Barracks as well. We'll see a little bit of contention. So a lot of these teams are happy to fight off a spawn here and happy to maybe go for that 50-50. Z-Dog at least able to get away after losing his teammate early on here, so might look for that reboot. But in the meantime, Rezux, EMAC, they will be able to reap the rewards here of a potential full POI to loot.
Could be exactly what they're hoping for here. Obviously, just going to be playing for cover in this one. See if they can catch them off guard nice and quickly here. Not going to be able to get them as yet, but at least they can play for the high ground here, Tony. You can see they're really focused up. It's kind of like they're taking control of the lighthouse and going to get the highest point of interaction to really lock it down under this.
Yeah, doing a lot of editing right now, just kind of making the tower
like you,
there.
Tony.
Yeah, doing a little bit of editing. I've known to do that back in my day. Maybe not in Fortnite, but I've had my fair share of it. But yeah, making this lighthouse theirs, making it a pretty safe spot to go for here. See Jenga still in a duel. That's what's going down right now. It's a solo versus a solo, just trying to fight for this lighthouse. Epsy, he's doing some good editing, but slowly starting to run out of mats here. Will need to be very cautious. Needs to put the bullets where they will sing. Shots coming out. Jenga taking quite low, Matt.
Yeah, both players exchanging blows into this one, but could be all down to one last moment here. So we will begin the battle of the edits all over again in a second here. They're just getting a little bit healthier before they look to trade blows once again. And Jenga's waiting patiently, though. They're playing the long game here, trying to wait for them to face them off 1-to-1, man-to-man in this one. Oh, but the Elium's going to come from afar here, so the fight will not even begin. And nicely done from afar from Gerald there.
Yeah, big win over towards that western side of the zone, and Star Snaggy, one of those teams I alluded to in the pre-show, Matt, definitely want to get themselves some high elims to start it off here, and they will be catching a rotate. Shots come out from the shotgun, not quite able to land. They will find Rawton aim by their own, though. And this might be the Snaggy and Star duo pinch that they're known for.
Exactly what they need here. No, play that pincer maneuver, two-pronged approach. Can always do great things. Now, gonna get the edits over the top there. See if they can get some poke through. All the meanwhile, we'll be able to escape to the high ground there. Fella in a bit of trouble. Does fall back. The knocker coming through there. Goofy gonna hold back on that one. Secures the elim, and now gonna be 3 teams involved in this fight, Tony. And I don't know who's gonna come out on top.
Yeah, a little bit of a third party coming in there from Goofy and his duo, Vortex. Snaggy and Star actually going to opt to walk away after seeing that third party happen. Don't want to have to deal with Rawton shooting them in the back and then Goofy and Vortex coming from the front. Happy to shake hands and walk it out here. Rawton, though, still on the outskirts looking in. Look to grief either of these duos, and once the other duo hears the fighting, they'll probably opt to go for the plate. Quack, Sonder, now in a duel of wits against Damo and Mincy here. Some great edits here from a lot of these teams early on, just showing that the mechanicals are warmed up, ready to go. Quack just lurking underneath this fortress that's being built here. Good shots coming in, Mincy taken low, but not taken out just yet.
No, not just yet, almost. They certainly got on the edge of that elimination there. Not going to happen for the time being, though. They can play to their resources, look to edit their way through, maintain cover into this one, play around their teammate, and see if they can take aim at something more here. They got a bit of pizza. Why not, Tony? You know, you've got to eat good in between fights.
You got to refuel yourself for a long road ahead. We've already lost 4 teams, and we're not even that far into the game. Of course, only the second zone coming through here. Mountain, Rob, one of these teams to watch for, especially, you know, placing consistently, not the highest of elim games from them, but as we go back to the fight, Sonder has been knocked down here, so it's going to be up to Quack here. Needs to pull in some good edits and also needs to get some good shots in shotgun. A ton of chip damage. Quack down to 3. Will drop to the low ground, and they're trying to spam him out, and they will. Damo secures that elim, and that is Quack and Sonder out early.
Yeah, well done being able to play that fight there. Ooh, maybe playing a bit of a sneaky game here. Protoon and River just going to be hiding out. Might actually be able to sneak closely towards Goofy here and potentially catch them off guard. Obviously, they might be waiting in anticipation. You can see they're treading lightly into this one, looking to trust in their instincts here, and they know Goofy's close by. So, Tony, when do you think they make the move?
They're probably going to have to wait a little bit here, especially with the fact that Goofy's kind of really giving them a good spot here in this low ground. Has a ton of cover. Gonna be farming up the mats, getting the metal going. On the other side of things, already seeing a fight at the edge of the zone. A lot of these teams happy to play in that storm, and we will already see a quick elim there. Slakesybot making it clean. And they will grab some quick loot, grab themselves some elim points as well, Matt. So a few of these teams still willing to fight early. That's what me and Nate saw a lot of yesterday, and me and Rice were also speaking that we saw a lot of elims going into, you know, only like 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it just really quickens the pacing, doesn't it? And that certainly could rise up in a moment. They're going to take it slow and steady. This is fine. I think that pretty much embodies this whole moment, you know? Both teams are going to be just personifying that statement right there. They're chilling, having a good old time. Things will speed up as the time progresses, though, you know, as the storm looks to get closer.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an eastern pull, and my question is, how long do Protoon and River sit here and wait for Vortex and Goofy to come out? Because, of course, they have to start to move towards the zone. They have to think about their rotate. You can rat as long as you want, but that zone will eventually push you into a fight that maybe they're not ready to take here.
Not ready to take, not ready to make it, but they are going to be ready to hold on a strong end of this one, as they look to just get some edits over the top here. So going to be the long game onto this one. You know, everybody trying to fortify their positions there, see if they can play the long distance fire game, get some of that damage up, so they aren't going to be taking a bit of extra pressure longer into the game. You know, you talked about that earlier before we jumped to the game as well, Tony. The priority over the damage over just eliminations.
Yeah, this is a big thing to note. A lot of early fights still happening. Purav and Hydra, we saw a little bit from them yesterday, but not quite the performance they probably would have liked. Peaked a little bit early. Really saw a little bit of a shift up in their play style going into the later stage. Snaggy and Star, ones that are putting the pressure on. And of course, looking at that zone, Matt, is going to be around the new Sanctuary kind of sus studios areas, or a little bit more of a southern eastern pool to start off here. Saw a lot of southern zones from our first set of 6 that we saw, and Goofy already getting taken out. Vortex cleaned out quickly too. Some eliminations gone. Goofy and Vortex back to the lobby. They'll go. Protoon and River, some impressive shooting there.
There's going to have to be more where that came from. Rye and Jake creeping up towards position here. You can see they're taking aim over this position as well. Just making sure that they hold firmly onto this one. Oh, Burger can be spotted there. Klaxy one in the same. They're ready to try and engage this one if the need arises, but they aren't looking to commit to it just yet.
Yeah, this is an interesting little wrap maneuver here from Jirella and Josh. Duo we didn't get to see all too much from either yesterday. You know, had a little bit of a quieter one. We saw, you know, moments of brilliance here or there throughout the late game. They were able to get themselves into that kind of top 16 to top 20. But didn't really have the success they would have liked. Falcon, Gerald, and Vazen, one of these teams that we want to watch for, of course, currently sitting in the top of the tables at that 3rd place mark. And I believe Gerald had quite a bit to say on Twitter. Of course, won't repeat what he was going to say. But yeah, very passionate about the games today.
Yeah, and you got to love that, you know, the passion. It really is going to reflect in your play and into the competitiveness of this competition. But one of the same, Tony, the effect we talked about earlier, the Storm Surge is coming into effect here. So you're going to have to get as much damage as you can if you don't want to be fully affected by that one, and or get more eliminations to keep yourself on a track there.
Yeah, damage threshold at 779, so a lot of these teams are probably looking for some shots so they don't take a ton from this Storm Surge. And I guess as well, the Storm Surge that we mentioned is a little bit layer to the game, because if you're not doing a lot, you're kind of a little bit more passive in the lobby, they will definitely punish you, and you'll definitely make some risky plays to try and get that damage in. Again, Snaggy Star still in this duel of wits against Hydra and Purav. On the outskirts, Tinker and I believe their duo just currently looking over it. As a lot of teams still, Hounds and their duo as well, looking for a 3rd party potentially above them.
Yeah, release the Hounds onto that one and ready to sink their teeth into this fight here. So definitely going to get nasty real quick. A big edits over the top there just to try and poke through the holes. We'll find one over the other side as well. Right, Hounds are going to go down. Anarchy follows suit as well. A good elimination coming into this one, Tony, but the fight's not done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Fight not done yet. Still everybody about breaking these walls that the other team has set up. Trying to expend all the mats. It will be Burger trying to rotate in. They've already lost their duo. Klaxy being E-limbed early. And this is Josh Jai on the outskirts trying to get themselves a quick E-limbs. Great shots there on the pump. Shotgun. They'll secure it quickly. Purav, Hydra. Low ground here against Snaggy and Star. Now the damage threshold, 53 and above. Well, that Storm Surge, not too much that a lot of these teams are going to have to deal with, especially the ones that have taken a lot of earlier fights. They're probably sitting pretty comfortable in the damage numbers. And, well, Slayer, one, going to be rotating in, but they will be met with a ton of duos in their face. They're going to have to build up a fort themselves and secure themselves in a little bit of a bunker here, as a lot of these teams start to group up on that outskirter zone.
Yeah, grouping up and getting more and more possible. We got more fights ahead of us, Tony. So let's just stick it out for the moment. Slayer playing the long game here as well. Coming over the top just to create a bit of space here so they have a bit more flexibility. But Pumpkin looking to go down there. More will follow on the other sides of things. And as you can see, the zonage between all of the players right now are getting tighter and tighter. There's not a lot of room to move, and that's why some players are trying to escape this situation. Quick smart.
Yeah, quite a bit of hill terrain that these teams are going to have to traverse on that northern side. So a few of them going to opt to use those shock grenades, use those gauntlets gloves to get into a little bit of a better spot. A lot of these teams also very proactive rotates, as you can see, moving very fastly towards that western pool here. As we've seen a lot of the teams as well go out early that we probably wanted to see a little bit more from. Pumpkin and Tarok are one of those teams that I definitely wanted to see more from yesterday, currently at 31st, and one of those teams you expect to finish the night here and finish this overall tournament in that top 10. As a few more elims come through, MTB getting a quick one with 6, Slixy. Is there just playing this outskirts pretty well, maneuvering quite comfortably. Not a lot of teams that they have to deal with either. Clearing out their northern and southern sides, currently checking both ways as that zone pulls just outside of Dark Dominion. And a lot of these teams now a lot less height to deal with, and now more a little bit of the low ground fights are going to happen.
Yeah, more low ground, less high ground now as the space clears up nice and quickly here, but in terms of more eliminations, it will be secured in just a second as things tighten up even further into this one. Everybody going to be holding back and not trying to catch any of that smoke there, Tony. And will be looking to do the very best they can. You can see Riki's and Arxes there are clearing a bit of space themselves just to ensure that they have a bit more distance as the zone starts to close towards them. And it really does expose them to a potential fight ahead, but for now, everyone's going to be pretty comfortable.
I like this position for Protoon and River. They're sitting central in this zone where the rest of the teams are on that northern outskirt. And of course, all the teams on that northern eastern outskirt will be able to rotate quickly back to where the zone is pulling into Dark Dominion. Grab Hydra, we've been keeping our eyes on them. Everlong will be taken out, so that's going to be Pumpkin and Tarok out of commission here in top 32. Not probably the best of showings for them. You want to get to at least that 25 mark to secure a little bit of points. Of course, elims do send you a little bit further up that leaderboard, but Tan, Blitz, they're going to get caught as well on the rotate. Only 2 elims to their board, take it out in top 30.
Nicely done there. Will be Arnez there holding it back as well, or was really for that matter. Venox going to be in a bit of trouble. Forced to fall back. Will be able to play it from the low ground now. Damage over the top though, that's going to be a bit problematic. Searching for the power. Gonna get it just yet. Oh, it gets turned on them. So that's a good elimination scored by Zeph there.
Yeah, that's a big one to secure for Zeph and their duo. Aggro Data going to be rotating in now. They're going to be meeting Mason Maze there as that zone pulls a little bit more towards the northern side of Dark Dominion. A few teams up on the height as well. I believe that is Jai in their squad. Sea-Dog getting taken out. Alex getting involved early. We saw a little bit of a quieter game from Alex and Reckless, the current leaders on the leaderboard. Had a slow start, but definitely looking to fire up into this first game. MTB, Slixy, a few elims to their board too, so definitely a lot of these teams that we're not seeing at that top 10 kind of making a lot of points and making them a lot of space towards that top.
Yeah, doing a great job just to clear the space there and see if they can keep that further control. As are now. They just have a path to rain down some terror of their own from the high grounds here. They look to climb as high as they can onto this one. They've got a free reign over the vision of the battlegrounds here. They will be looking to just hold back with their teammate and continue to just rain down fire from above.
Yeah, I like this from Hazar and Fluffy. They're taking note of what we saw a lot of yesterday is one duo taking a lot of the high ground and then teams trying to contest them. We saw Crusade and Basma really contest some of those high ground teams pretty well, but of course they're just able to pepper shots down here as they slowly build their way on the zone pull. And a lot of these teams on the outskirts, Reckless, Alex needing to fight their way in. They want to stay out of the lines of sight are a lot of the more important teams in this lobby, especially the ones towards the top. It's about staying low, you know, taking your shots and then falling back if necessary.
Falling back and ready to stack the deck onto this one, Tony. Hazar ready. We'll be playing into this one, trying to spot Alex. So it looks to take a focus elsewhere. That's a Fluffy for that matter. And we'll be wrapping around the side. Still looking to play the high ground again, though. You know, it's a very vertical battle for them. Always on the high or low.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful position to be in, especially if you're the only team up here on the height. Not really a lot of teams opting to build up here, but you can still see a lot of important squads in the mix. Kazibot and Aspects. We still see Damo. We do see a knock there onto Crusades, and well, Phasma's going to have to bring it out. Reckless is going to go for the height here. And he's going to take up the position, going to be rotating in. Alex and Reckless now with the height. This is a really big power play from them.
We're going to need more where that came from, Tony. They look to quickly move their position into this one. Shots over the top. Aspect and Co could be in a bit of trouble, but for now, Alex continuing to just hold her firmly onto this one. Just going to stick her back with a Reckless here. And no one really going to be on the receiving side of it. You know, they're managing to crunch down some of the terrain into this one. And I mean, it's only going to last so long before there it is. They find an elimination. This could be the start of something new, Tone.
Yeah, beautiful there from Reckless, just isolating that fight in that one box. And of course, no one there to help their duo out. MCV as well, quite low. Reckless still putting the pressure on. Reckless starting to chime in for some of those elims. Alex at 5, Reckless at 2. And now into the top 5, Matt. This is where it gets very important for a lot of these teams going on that crawl towards the slower side. Another one from Reckless. Big points starting to be racked up here, and it will be finalized. 5 apiece for Reckless and Alex, and a victory royale to close it.
Yeah, well done and well played there. You know, you thought that the high ground was claimed by one of the other teams there, but no. It's going to be Reckless and Alex to close it out in the end. So well done to them and theirs. And Nate, how do you feel about that matchup, mate?
Hey, your winners from Game 4 start off Day 2 in Game 7 with another. And I don't know if you just set me up there to compliment you, and I'm happy to, Matsy, because you said this is going to be where you see the big dogs really cementing their names, letting us know why we've been talking about them so much. They're very interesting at the start. We've had a lot of early team elims. 3 within a minute and a half, 5 within 2 minutes. Today, nice and chill. Every minute and a half, almost on the button, we had a team getting eliminated. It certainly seemed to lend itself to a more calm, can I really finish in one of these top 3 spots to make it through to the Major One Summit in Germany? And then a long pause before that frenetic late game. I enjoyed what you said. The verticality, who was it? They're always high or they're always low, but they're never in between.
That's all me, man. That's the one. Definitely was enjoyable to see the control coming through from them there, you know, and the different states of positioning on a track from all of these squads. But Tony, like, how were you feeling about all that?
It was an interesting one. A very risky play from Reckless and Alex there to take up on that high ground against Hezza and their duo, and it really paid off for them because you saw they were just able to get a ton of free shots in here, as we saw, of course, Hezza and their duo Fluffy up on this high ground, and then, you know, they were reaping the rewards of this one. A few teams tried to fight for it, and then Reckless just going up man mode, one-man army it felt like, and then had the height to work with and really started to put the pressure onto the teams on the lower ground.
What an ending, but what a start for us. On Day 2, we're going to have a short break. We'll be right back to find out who will take out one of those top 3 spots to make it through to the Major One Summit. Welcome back, friends. FNC SOCE Ranger 1. Have a look at the top. Friends Alex and Reckless getting it done, and getting it done extending. That's a very pretty position. Of course, still 5 games left to come. Phasma, Crusades, your early double victors on day 1 in second spot. And friends, I tell you what, it is close there for that third spot. Having a look, I said realistically 12 to 15 teams. Now, every game we progress, Matsy, that gets a little less realistic. But hey, top 7? Would you extend that at all? Who else could grab that third spot?
Well, yeah, I think it's pretty much like around that range, right? Like, obviously, settling around your maybe in the 8th to 9th place, if they can have some absolutely amazing games, that they might be able to claw their way back into this one. But yeah, I think that the positions are mostly getting almost set in stone there. I think that any team, if they can have an incredible run, might be able to stake their claim towards pushing themselves up to the higher positions there. But yeah, it's still a tough bout ahead. But I think the rank 1 team right now is sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, looking more and more, not just in form, but in control. Tony, anything that stands out there from the leaderboard after Game 7? We are not far away from Game 8, friends. Thank you very much for joining us on day 2. We've got a prize pool. We've got those 3 spots we're talking about, and we'll extend that progression through all the way through. But still plenty to be decided. Coming to you with Game 8, Tony and Matsy.
Yeah, here we go. Thanks so much for throwing it over, Nate. We are going to be slated to get into Game 8. You know what it is, mate. We are going to get straight into this one right out the gate, and it ain't too late. Tony, you excited for this one, mate?
Yeah, I'm back. I just had a little bit of a slip up there, but we're back.
Welcome back.
My point was completely missed.
We missed you.
Yeah. Hopefully we're back. We're good to go. I was just saying, Robin Mountain down at 8th. Not the best of spots to be in, but we're still pretty early in the night, man. Going into Game 8, pretty important still to keep that consistency. Place at the top here. But what a game from Alex and Reckless. Cementing their lead a little bit more, securing themselves. I believe it was 40 points just from eliminations alone, and now we'll see. Again, we're going into a little bit of that early engagement. A few of the teams going for a little bit of contention there. Actually, Mason May's going to be fighting a duo. I believe it is Zyra and Yuki on the south side, just below New Saintro. So a few shots coming out, but both teams happy to kind of shake hands and let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, and it's especially critical for the team of Maces there that they keep themselves in contention as long as possible, because, they're trying their best to earn a position into this one, especially heading towards the last few games in competition here. They need to ensure higher placements as much as they possibly can. Can't afford to be taken out early, but for now, everybody just prioritizing the resources, get themselves as much as they possibly can, so they're ready for these mid to late game fights here. But for the time being, it's going to be clean, just gather those resources, do whatever you can. There is a slither of elims coming through across the board, though, as you can see, so not everybody's so lucky to stay slated to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, I believe Z-Dog and Z-Dog Oatly actually going to be in a little bit of a fight at Wonky Land. Of course, their drop spot. They're also going to be taking out Protoon, doing big work to win that clutch up in the 1 versus 2. So Protoon will be taking out Oatly and Z-Dog. And Matt, it was a little bit of an unfortunate end for that duo going into yesterday. Z-Dog and Oatly placed pretty respectably in the few earlier stages of the day, but of course it got later. They started to let it slip a little bit, and you don't want to see one of the fan favorites, of course, Z-Dog and Oatly, pretty respected in the Fortnite community of OCE as a whole, and even internationally. Z-Dog, Oatly have a lot of respect and a lot of fans internationally. So, you know, seeing a team like that go down early on in Game 8's not what they want.
No, because, you know, obviously when you become kind of a household name there, you've got a pretty high bar to live up to, and seeing your favorites taken out early is going to be disappointing to themselves, but their fans as well, so got to do the very best that they can. Speaking of, going to be hitting back for the moment, a good movement from a fella there. Be able to just take it slow and steady and look to rotate over to another portion of the map. Far away from their enemies. Well, maybe not. They've been caught in a line of sight there, taking a bit of damage, and at least they'll be able to take things on the low ground for now.
Yeah, probably looking for a reboot. Goofy, Vortex. One of these teams that's been happy to fight for Dark Dominion with the other duos that have been landing over here. And of course, very hotly contested spot for a lot of these squads, and they will already find the nice little raid boss there to take down Chug Jug, of course, and the loot's pretty good. Legendary pump shotgun here for Goofy. Eyes on Goofy to be making a lot of the plays here for this duo. Harry, Fisher. We saw Contestion again at Latte Land. We probably will see another fight here. Two squads floating around, of course. Gazer and Falcon, the other team that is currently contesting them. Some great chip damage on the Fisher. Wasn't able to clutch it out last time, so I have to bunker down, pop those shield pots, get to a healthy state here. Currently losing out this fight and in the positioning alone.
Yeah, losing out the fight in that aspect. Might be able to change it in a second, though. Fisher ready to play the edit game once again. See if they can create a cleaner path forward, just reset themselves, try and create the optimal line of sight to engage into this one. But Gazer just going to be holding back for the moment, build up a few more resources here, and looked across the street. Not going to be doing it unscathed, though. Taking a bit of damage. And on the other side of things, Corbs has a long slated angle as well. Might actually catch one off guard here if they try and slip away.
There's a sneaky position from Corbs. Looking for some potential elims. And of course, checking out the feed, Darksea, XCon. One of those squads that we were hoping to do a little bit better yesterday as we'll see Fisher take out Gazer. A little bit of letting him know this is their territory. Latte landing, one out by Fisher once again. And for that duo, that's a lot of confidence. Now, you know, early elims, we speak about it, the points are good. You get a nice little 8-point boost, but as well, claiming your stake for your POI, especially in the later stages of this very important tournament, is probably an important thing to note.
Yeah, going to be giving it your all, especially at this stage, aren't they? And looking to take it slow and steady into the engagement here, as Hounds will be the king of the hill in that regard there. No one are going to be able to climb up to them anytime soon. Maybe looking to have a slice of pizza as well in the meantime. I could keep them in the fight for that matter. They're going to need it, Tone, because they're in a bit of pain right now. And the Storm is looking to shrink it pretty shortly as well.
Yeah, that Storm starting to pull a little bit still. Some of the teams in Dark Dominion not going to be too worried about their positioning. It's a lot of the teams in the outer POIs, right, that have to make their way in a little bit of a safety affair here. But of course, Alex and Reckless, I believe, also found themselves an early elim. So again, getting those points, continuing to stack up. Of course, the gap for Reckless and Alex is sitting not too bad. Matt, about 80 almost there, maybe 78 point gap for them. Not as big as we saw yesterday, but you know, if Alex and Reckless have another good game, that gap could definitely widen to a very unreachable point.
Yeah, it could be unattainable at that point in time, right? You certainly don't want to get there, but Goofy. Going to stay Goofy in name and nature with the high mobility, speedy plays there, and you're going to see what else they will be able to do here as they take it slow and steady. None of the other teams going to be relatively too close to them, so they should be a-okay. To have Rob looking down upon them, though, may be able to break it through, but still just going to hold a steady, maintain their resources for the time being. Just wait for that opening to expose itself. Speaking of, having seen him rotate through towards the grounds here, potentially entering the battle, could actually be slating themselves into a 4-team engagement here.
That is a very tall tower. Mountain and Rob have built up themselves. Could be a good skybase if they branch it out a little bit. Goofy Vortex farming up some materials, using those vending machines to get themselves all the meds and all of the weaponry they could like here. We'll see Zone pull once again a little bit more south down towards Dark Dominion. And for a lot of these northern teams, you know, I was mentioning a lot of these teams on the outskirts of Zone having to rotate in. It's a rough one. You have to traverse through a lot of teams also trying to do the same thing. But it's interesting to see southern side zones a little bit favored here earlier on. But Rob, Mountain, one of those teams that lands a little bit more northern, so have put themselves in a pretty good spot here. They do see Corbs on the rotation in. A lot of chip damage coming in from that northern side as well. As I see Mountains giving good cover to the teams coming in from that side.
Yeah, going to be able to keep themselves in a solid position for the moment. Going to have other happenings on the other portions there, but for the moment, it's just a game of patience, isn't it? You know, see if you can outwit your opponents or outwait the storm ahead of you. And I like how they're creating little windows into their towers as well here, just to try and get a bit of chip damage over the top. Obviously, trying to stay within those thresholds so they won't fall victim to the storm later on.
Don't want to be caught in rotation. And of course, Storm Surge. Haven't seen it happen yet, so none of these teams are worried. Having to do a little bit more. Again, Goofy Vortex just really abusing the fact that they can just farm up these materials, get these med kits for them. And they're going to be stockpiling. If this zone pulls back up towards Dark Dominion, they're going to be pretty comfortable with all these med kits they have stashed in this little bunker that they've built. A lot of these teams in the outskirts, though, it's gone quiet, Matt. 42 out of the 50 teams still in this lobby. A little bit more of a healthier middle of the game.
Yeah, good, healthy point of contention here, so should be able to speed things up in a bit of time. But for the moment, you know, continually just creating the right space for you and yourselves, and make sure you aren't exposed to any points of vulnerability there. Going to slate yourselves towards the highest chance of success. You can see it's a slow and steady engagement at the moment. Corbs and Co, though, trying to see if they can break out. Might be caught by two teams here. Be sandwiched into this one, and that could be an issue, Tone. But for the moment, they seem to be all right.
Seem to be able to steady themselves as a lot of the action, of course. A lot of teams not really opting to fight all too much here around Dark Dominion. We see Glow's outer on that outskirts, kind of rotating themselves into a safety position. The zone will pull out of Dark Dominion, Matt. The southern side team, Jet, Corbs, happy to have made that rotation because now they're in a pretty good spot. They're going to have to get some free chip damage into some of those teams that opted to stack in that tower, especially Rob and Mountain now are going to have to do a little bit here to make some magic in this rotation. But Storm Surge here, as a lot of these teams going to have to start to do some damage in order to stay healthy.
Yeah, really going to have to do what they can to stay above the bar here. Don't want to get caught off guard by that one. Good point of verticality for Damo and Vert there. Will be able to just stick back for the moment. If anyone gets any closer, they should be able to catch them off guard in a timely manner. But the zone not going to be heading towards them with too much haste here, so they've still got a bit of time to play the long game, play patient here. Oh, Mace, though, looking to move up. Luckily, we'll be able to keep the cover for themselves before they take too much damage.
And as we check out Yuli and Jason, one of those teams that, you know, I was looking at the statistics and, you know, knowing who Jason and Yuli's are, started the day at 46, definitely not the position they want to be in, as we see Mace taking a little bit of a fight on the outskirts. Volks will be forced to pop those meds, forced to heal up in this situation. Mace has got a pretty good angle if Volks tries to push the issue here. As that Stormeye shrinks in 40 seconds, Mason need to make a power play here against Volks. Volks currently doing the editing very well, able to sit pretty comfortably, but Storm Surge active once again. These teams need to get some damage in.
Yeah, need to get it in as soon as they possibly can, don't they? But we'll be able to break through. Good edits over the top there. Dan going to be in a position for damage. Ooh. Luckily, we'll be able to survive through it. That was a bit close there, but they do catch Volks. So, good start working together. One of the Maces was in a bit of trouble, though. Luckily, we'll be able to recharge themselves quickly.
Yeah, that's a scary predicament. 2v1, Volks almost put in the work there against the Mace duo, but they're able to come out on top of that one, secure themselves an Elim. Again, this circle starts to shrink, Matt, as we'll pull a little bit more back towards the northern side of Dark Dominion. And Yuli, Jason, one of these teams that we want to watch for, of course, 46th at the start of today. And going to have to do a lot of heavy work, especially of a team of their caliber. You don't expect them to be down in the bottom of the barrel, but as we said, still anyone's day for the taking, especially if you're towards the middle of the leaderboard, especially if you have a big Elim game and close it out. Could be sending yourselves quite pretty. And, you know, we're only one game into this night. We still have this game left to play, 4 games after that. If you're able to score back-to-back wins, definitely could look to make a contention for that top 3.
You could definitely push yourself towards that position there, Tone, and that's pretty much the most ideal outcome that a lot of these teams are going to be trying to play themselves towards quickly here. Time being, though, take it slow and steady. Good little chip damage there. Mason bite. Oh, good for 1. Be looking for more as River goes down. So good, solid start to the fight here, but more teams are starting to really bounce into action as quick as lightning.
So we go back to Julian Jackson. And what they can do. Oh, getting taken out there. A little bit of a rat play. Jackson gone. Now Yuli has to scramble, run for the hills, try to get to a safety position. Rezox. Oh, Rezox. He'll single-handedly take that duo out, and Yuli Jackson will fall at 37th. And this is unfortunate territory now, as we see a lot of these teams now scrambling through Dark Dominion, trying to get through.
Trying to get through, trying to do exactly what they came here to do. So there's going to be a Rezox. Already getting a bit of cover there, taking a bit of punishment. All the meanwhile, 2 HP and a Dream will be looking to charge back up a quick smart Tone. But no, today's not the day. They go down and more to follow. So we are going to be looking at Tung Tung there. See if they will be able to push on through this one. They're below the damage threshold, so they're going to need to step up to the plate, or the Storm Surge will catch them off guard.
And needs to start to do a little bit more damage, because yeah, you can see that Storm is doing quite a heavy chunk to Seals as he tries to rotate in. Trying to build themselves a fort. Of course, a solo at the moment. A lot of duos still left in the lobby. A few solos. It's hard to maneuver the map, especially when you don't have a teammate to cover your corners. Vortex currently bunkered down here in the middle. The only teams that we haven't quite gotten to see really do a whole lot in the lobby so far. Purav will be flying across there for the rotation. Ozzy Aspects looking to drop into a few teams there. Aspect taking quite a chip and will be knocked out here as a lot of these teams scramble for that northern side, because the pull is going to be above Squibbly Shores. Basin and Gerald, they've got a pretty comfortable rotate in. Not really a lot of contention for them. They're going to be able to get to the height pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, good to get onto the height there and take off light into this one. Alex, good to play the cover as well here. Reckless ready and waiting, and they will push straight into the fight right now already. Taking cover above, see if they can rain some devastation down as they bounce through. Alex in trouble, gets the knock. It's all going to be on Reckless to try and redeem them here. And they are in a bit of trouble, Tony. Oh no, Alex is out of here. Reckless now needs to try and redeem it, Tone. This is looking dire.
This is not great. Reckless to clutch up. The duo that won Game 7 now in a little bit of a dire strait, not in the top 25. So only going to be securing 4 points from the Elim. Reckless is going to have to do a lot of work. We'll have Chug Jugs at play, so quite a bit of regeneration can come through here. Reckless, ton of meds for him. He's going to have to lay low, knowing that he's a solo. We'll see that zone. Storm going to be pushing towards that eastern side. He's just looking for some chip damage in Reckless. Below the threshold now, and he's being very cautious. You can see that Storm Surge doing quite a bit. Reckless, you need to get active.
Need to get active quick and smart here, otherwise it's all going to fall apart, isn't it? See Reckless trying to get a bit of damage through there as well. Could be caught off guard if they're not too careful. Oh no. Storm Surge looking to rip them apart, Tone. They are going to have to figure that one out, but they should be okay for the time being. They pop back to action now, spring forth and aim north here. No one are going to be facing off with them just yet though, Tone.
That's an impressive forward position from Jai and Josh up on this high ground. The rest of the lobby is still trying to make their way through. Interesting call for Reckless is actually going to opt to get ahead of the pack and will be beamed down by Josh and Jai up in the sky. That's Reckless. And Alex, your game 1 winners from today gone now. And Josh and Jai still cementing themselves in a pretty comfortable spot. Will build themselves back up. And they've got height in the lobby here. And all the room to play with. We do see Pumpkin, Tarok still in the mix. One of those teams that's not doing the best after day 1. Might look to have a shake-up going into day 2. Tabe as well getting taken out in the eliminations. Tinker as well. Some signs of Tinker, one of those squads as well we had our eyes on to do well today. Yeah, this is just such a power position to be in here.
Yeah, they can really manage to hold on to deep control with that one, can't they? And looking to see if they will find more from there. For now, though, as the Storm moves, so do the players. And to just keep this one in motion layer by layer, play by play. They're ready to set themselves up to take the day. Tone Phasma playing around their cover. Gonna be smothered by damage, but not taking too much of it. They know how to maneuver this one.
Yeah, some great editing coming out of Phasma. We'll look to take on the high ground. And we'll be able to wrap around here towards the middle. Going to be hidden for the moment. Jai Josh still up on the height. Doing that editing. Making sure that they can get themselves some nice sight lines in. As with the zone, Storm will surge. Push on over a little bit more towards the northern side of things. Northeast of Squibbly Shores. To see still a lot of teams fighting for this middle ground. If you're one of the teams in this situation, Matt, definitely want to be playing low and out of sight of a lot of these other squads.
You do, Tone, want to maintain the lines of sight and want to make sure you've got the best course of action as the eliminations now start raining down like fire. Phasma will be able to escape out of that situation of playing around this one to a T here. The best they can to maintain course, Tone, as the teams remaining dwindle by the moment here. It's all going to be down to these crucial seconds, crucial timings. Phasma escapes just barely out of that one, but everybody is holding on for dear life here.
Yeah, Phasma being a slippery little rat. It's interesting he hasn't been taken out here yet. A lot of these teams moving around him, but nobody has spotted him. Lurking in the shadows, Phasma trying to do something, but he'll be taken out by Rai. Jai and Josh still up on this high ground. Nobody contesting for this high ground position, so they're just the luxury to walk on in, take some shots, get some nice little angles that not a lot of these teams are expecting to be shot from right now. Very forward positioning that they're taking. And an interesting top 4 that we've got, Matt. Not a lot of these names we've seen in this position so far.
Yeah, they're earning their keep into this one, aren't they, Tone? And are definitely going to be happy to press themselves in to this point of the game as they take aim at more now. You can see a team in particular, Hydra and Go, tunneling down under. Big damage over the top, though. Going to take it to them. The bait and switch, and we'll get the elimination. Goodbye to Jake, and maybe more at stake.
Josh still maneuvering, but they've actually lost the high ground. They've opted to play a little bit lower down. Have spotted Purab though, and oh my word, Jai, great edit and great shot to come through to follow suit. It's gonna catch Fella as well. Josh and Jai, a free gallery now. Hydra, the remaining solo against this duo, does have the high ground to play with, but will get pushed pretty quickly, and Josh will cement it. The victory royale to Jai and Josh here for game 8. Matt, not what we were expecting at all. Nate, how about you?
Yo, run, Hydra, run there at the end. There is nowhere to go. Game 8 was not great for our favorites. What do we got? Alex and Reckless, 23rd. Mason Mace, 41st. Absolutely opening up that 4th position, of course, looking at top 3. Mountain and Rob, 35th. Are you kidding me? There is 3 duos in our top 8 that have had, can I say stinkers? Is that too rude, gentlemen? Friends, it's going to open it up massively as we head into the last 4 games of the day. Wow.
Yeah, just insane from start to finish, right? You know, you saw pretty humble beginnings, I'd say, into the affair here, but when things started to heat up, they heated up in a real big way, and it was great to see that, you know, some of these names you wouldn't think of heading their way towards the top position there are managing to earn their keep, as I said before, and I hope that we see more of these flary plays coming up.
There was a 78-point lead, need I remind you. Alex and Reckless at the top started going on, okay, well, who's going to make up that ground? And of course, that's just from 1st to 2nd, let alone the rest of the pack, considering we saw the changes late on yesterday. However, several of those big duos, as mentioned, not making progress. Some of the duos that actually had some decent standings, some really good finishing positions, not with very many elims at all. Quite a few elims actually at the beginning of that game. Tony, why have we just seen something completely different here in Game 8?
I feel like it came to a lot of the rotations for some of these teams, right? We saw a lot of squads, especially that made it to that late game, bunkered down in Dark Dominion, and that's probably what helped them there.
Well, friends, we'll be back in not too long. Can tell we're really keen to get a move on here because there are 4 games left on day 2. If that can happen in Game 8, surely anything can happen in Game 9. Friends, we're really keen to keep it moving and moving. But I tell you what, if you're one of these fresh duos, one of the newbies that we've been talking about, Matsy, has that now given you a new appetite for these last 4?
Oh, absolutely. You know, if you're looking at myself in particular, I'm more hungry than ever. But if you're one of these teams, it goes to show that anything is possible. If you put your mind to it, you can aim for the top and you might just get there. Lock it down, lock it in. We want to see more of these underdogs, the unsung heroes. Go to the top of the next one. It's on them, Nate.
Yo, that's terrific energy unless we were taking it to the break, which we are, but we'll be back in just a moment's time. Don't you go anywhere. 8 games down. And I tell you what, at the tippity top, it do be changing. Alex and Reckless, I mentioned, had a 78-point lead. It's down to 40. You can see that on your screen. Welcome back, friends. WowE, FNCS, OCE, Major 1. And the changes. Mace, no, down at 6. What are we going to do, Matsy?
They've got to do a lot, to put it lightly there. They've got to do a whole lot, and if they can place highly, maybe they can claw their way back into contention here. But it's been great to see the transformation of the leaderboard as the games have been played out here.
Resigns and Tinker up to 4th. Consistently high elims. 6 out of 3 of the last 4 games. A 5th, a 2nd, a 3rd. Tony, they're just outside those top 3 spots we keep talking about. But I tell you what, if form is anything, you'd be backing them for 2nd at a bare minimum.
Oh, absolutely. They've been steadily grinding their way up. And, you know, we were talking about them yesterday. A lot of damage, not a lot of elims. But now, I guess they found their groove going into the late games of tomorrow to now the early games of today, you know, picking up those elims slowly but surely. And as well, getting some consistent placement. 5th place in that last one, definitely netting them a lot of points.
Alex and Reckless, the 23rd. Mace 41st. Mountain. Rob, 35th. Will we get back to consistency, or is it really time for Resigns and Tinker to take day 2 by storm, so to speak? Tony and Matsy, take it away.
Oh yeah, we're taking it away, and we are getting into play there. Thanks so much for that one, Nate. And I'm eager to get right through the gates onto this one, Tone, and I'm sure our teams certainly are as well. It's going to be a spell of destruction, a spell of prowess coming out from each of these players here into this one, Tone. And how do you think the early game's going to go?
I definitely maybe want to see a little bit more fighting. Of course, we've seen a little bit of contesting here and there from a few of these teams, but not quite the level we saw from yesterday, where it got a little bit dicey. We lost, you know, I believe it was 8 duos, and we weren't even that deep into those last few games. But yeah, this one, definitely, for a lot of these teams, it's about controlling your POI, controlling your spot. Jai and Josh, one of those teams that were able to pick up the dub in a pretty good position, now are under threat by a team that has landed here in Painted Palms.
Ooh, Dragon is going to be flying through there as well. So, Signs are going to be just sticking back for the moment and taking a bit of damage. Does manage to stay composed with Tinker though, so we'll be able to creep through, you know, to the underpass on this one and try their best to maintain position so they don't get eliminated early. Still, going to be happy to, I guess, creep and crawl around this one. Just to stay composed while they pick up as many resources as they can.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at that map, and, you know, Battlewood Boulevard has been split in 2. Tinker and resides on the southern side, northern side for Damo and Mincy. As, of course, we hop on board as well at the Dark Dominion, where a few of these teams have been going toe-and-toe. Quack and Sonder on the outskirts of Latte Landing. I'll go back to it. Right, your boy Jake, they've been spotted up here. Goofy, Vortex, one of those teams that definitely doesn't want to give them control of the height. And we'll use the gauntlets to take up control here, but he's going to be pushed by Jake. Some great shots in. And they trade blows, and it is going to be, though, Goofy still putting the pressure on, using that gauntlet to the momentum. And he is going to chase this fight down and try and secure these 2 elims.
Try and get them nice and early here. So that will be staking it out. Jake could be in a bit of trouble, especially if a Goofy can get a scope over them here, but they're not going to be looking to search it out just yet. See if they can push themselves up them in to the next portion of the endeavor here. Still slow and steady. Going to be keeping them in the race for now.
Nice little pizza party, as we like to see. No third partying going on. And Oatly Z-Dog, River Pro soon in this contest. I believe Rezox as well. And their duo currently sitting around. So a lot of fight happening over at such a joyous place, Matt. Wonky Land, normally a very pretty environment, of course. Shout out to our observers, give us a nice little flyby there. But yeah, Wonkyland, one of those hotly contested areas. I believe we saw 3 teams going for that contestation yesterday. It's gone down to 2, but it's still very back and forth between them.
It looks like they've gone fishing, Tony. Maybe they'll be able to catch us some dinner. Looks like they are getting some good resources, though. So we'll be able to get the best deal into this one they can, and are going to be able to get some more resources on their back as well. So happy days all round there. Still, could be looking to keep themselves composed and get in the best position possible, just like Darksy here. Trying to creep around it, see if they can surround this position. Do manage to avoid the shot there. Good edits over the top. Slot themselves into this one. Ooh, big hit onto 90 and maybe onwards to more here. But they're not done yet, Tone. They're still trying to drift their way through. Oh, but there's another player that's entered the fray.
Yeah, a little bit of a third party going on. Speaking about contestations as well, I believe there was a third team that was supposed to be contesting here. Darksy, XCon, Voz. Now, needs to be a little bit careful, and unfortunately will get eliminated there. Darksy, XCon getting themselves some early elims, so some points to their board. And what are these teams, especially looking at going into day 2, probably wanted to see a little bit more from them. Game 1, Game 2 of this day were a little bit quiet, and you know their series yesterday of games didn't really show what this team's probably capable of.
At least they've got more opportunities now, right? Will be able to push themselves in to the next stage of the endeavor. And never say never onto this one, Tone. As the Storm will look to close a little more, so forcing teams a little bit deeper into the map here. But they're going to be okay. It's still early days, you know. They can still be afforded to get some scouting, go for more resources. And we get to enjoy some of the beautiful landscapes as well, so love to see it. But for now, what we might love to see is Tinker and Resigns there, looking to spot anybody around. They don't know Zeph's on the other side of that tree yet, but right now we got another fight for Darksy here, looking to lock in an elim or more. Ooh, not now.
Not now. Oatly Z-Dog making quick work of that one. And that's a far rotation from them, out of Wonkyland all the way up to that northern side to go for that contest. Very interesting position. Tinker, and Resigns still ratting around here towards the western side of Battlewood Boulevard. The builds start to come through. Everybody's starting to try and take up height here. Venox and Zeph really want to take this fight against Tinker and Resigns and shut down the lead that they're starting to build in this leaderboard.
Starting to build up of that and a lot more here. So we'll be taking it slow and steady. Tinker and Resigns trying their best to contest Zeph and Venox here. Just going to have to hold it back up for the moment. Still trickling in the damage. Only going to benefit them onto this one. Might even be able to get a little bit more if they can break the walls down. Or could get third-partied as well. There's players trying to add on to this from a distance, which can certainly help one side more than the other, that's for sure. But for now, they're at a bit of a stalemate. You know, they're just waiting to see who's going to make the next move.
Yeah, it's a very important fight, especially for Tinker and Resigns if they want to crack into that top 3. A fight here won would be some great points, some great momentum as well going into the later stages of the game, knowing that they're hitting their shots and definitely will be able to take, of course, the mats and meds from Venox and Zeph. But they've got the positional advantage up on the high ground here. Tinker, Resigns, they've got the luxury of experience. They're one of these more experienced teams in a tournament like this, so they're not probably going to overstep their mark too much. And Zeph actually going to be backing off here.
Yeah, backing off for the moment. Maybe looking to create a bit of space, maybe take the fight another day. As Glows looking to glow into the elimination feed there with some good ones around the corner of this one. Surely see if they can catch anyone off guard though. As they are trickling down their health a little bit due to the storm here, but they're okay to contend with it, especially at this early stage. It's not as enraged as it will be later, so they can afford to run against it for now.
You're not going to be too worried. Minty Demo. They up to just currently on the outskirts of Battlewood Boulevard. Getting in some good chip damage there. Benox actually getting taken out by Mace, so that fight that was about to happen on the Tinker Resigns probably not going to be reality. Gazer as well in the even feed. Under fire. Riki trying to get on in. Riz as well. They both really want to take this fight, but fighting at Latte Landing as Zone 2 is about to come in as well. Probably not the best case scenario. Mace now on the chase, trying to find Zeph. The damage is dealt, and Zeph is trying to run away, build those walls, get that safety, get that cover. But Mace in hot pursuit here, Matt, and they will take Zeph out.
Yeah, they've got good motion on the hops there. Will be able to speed their way towards that elimination and look for more where that came from. So, going to be happy to keep themselves in contention here and clear the board a little bit as they play towards the rim of the zone this time. Not looking to get any closer than that for now. Will have their time, though, once things do close later on into the piece. And you can see that there's some little bits and pieces trickling through all the meanwhile as well, you know, as the players get closer and closer, not much space in between them. You should see that elimination feed light up like it's Christmas.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a bloody affair from a lot of the teams in this game, especially compared to last, where we saw it was like Zone 4, Zone 5, where we saw numbers like this still online. But yeah, 41 out of 50, 78 left in the lobby. We'll see, of course, a little bit more of a Western pull on the zone here. Minty going to have a interesting position. Kazi, Aspect, one of those teams that you kind of expect to finish in the top 3. Haven't really had the momentum swinging, and they're still sitting at top 7, so, you know, one big breakout game could definitely shake their standings up.
Yeah, one big game could make all the difference here, Tone, and they're going to be taking aim at this one. Slow and steady. Trying to do the very best they can. Speaking of, it is going to be Casibot and Aspect breaking out of their little fortress now and look to see if they can try and take a little bit more from here. But would be the Vortex, God, and Goofy squad to do more onto this one, Tony. So we'll take it easy. Big shot. Goofy in a bit of trouble. Knocked down. Needs support from their teammate badly. And they will get the elimination. Rezox good for that one. And looking for more where that came from.
Well, one more where that came from. Legendary pump shotgun for Rezox. And maybe a little bit of a dark horse team here, Matt. EMAC Rezox have definitely been hitting a lot of shots here going into today. A little bit more active in the game overall, but Storm Surge warning coming through. A few of these teams below that threshold. Zatos and Jay, one of those teams that we saw a little bit of a solid placement from them going into yesterday, but today they haven't been able to really activate. But of course, into the top 40. Definitely looking to make a move as this zone, again, pulls a little bit more west and a lot of hillside cover that a lot of these teams are going to be able to use to their advantage.
Yeah, good to make use of those angles there. They need to have any advantage that they can get their hands on, right? So being able to play the angles into this one, good to keep them in contention. And maybe looking for more where that came from as well for the time being, though. Just going to take it slow, take it easy. The zone looks to close here, and I propose that there will be a battle on the horizon once that gap does lessen slowly but certainly here. You can see Jake gonna put some stakes into this one as well, get a little bit closer to things, maybe trying to gather some resources perhaps. Not going to be able to get, there we go, looking to go for the bigger bounce there, bounce towards more, actually getting close to the Talon squadron there, you can see, but not going to be faced by them as yet.
And Storm Surge currently active. A few of these teams are going to start to get active here in the lobby in just a little bit. So everybody moving towards the hills here. You're going to have to be careful. Damo Mincy holding this outskirt position against Zatos and Jay. The shots come through. Great initial damage there from that duo. Zatos now to bunker down here. Be popping those splash jugs, keeping themselves healthy. Still, a lot of teams starting to move in around them. Still, one team really wants to fight them, though.
To be ready to fight, ready to ignite the battle into this one, Tony. Oh, as Cuz will be in a bit of trouble there. Does manage to break their way through the struggles, though. It's going to be a-okay for them and theirs, and ready and waiting to get more through time, but the teams are getting closer and closer to one another. Shots are going to be slowly trickling through as well here. Sam be the one to spam some shots over the top as well. Still, the punishment is never ending.
Yeah, a lot of these teams rotating in late. Teams bunkered down on the outskirts. Storm Surge warning once again. As we'll see, of course, that zone pull over towards the western side of the map. And, well, teams that land on that side, of course, the ones that do have Humble Hills as their POI is Crusades and Phasma. So, potentially going to be a big game for them. As we go later on in the piece, a lot of these teams, a few Elims here or there, just getting some chip damage in. Sam still fighting for life here on the outskirts as he's lost his duo. Has no Elims to his board either, so the confidence not really quite there for Sam wanting to take any of these fights.
Yeah, not wanting to take anything more from their zone, but looking to claw it out. Everything can be felt, can be heard into this one. This will be into swing our way through here. Sam taking more punishment, trying their best to break over the top, but as soon as they break in, they could be shot out of this one, Tony. They're already so low in the HP department. Need to get some of the shielding up as quick as they possibly can here. Otherwise, they will be taken out of the game. Oh, just like that. 24 health and not a 12 more. And there it is. The elimination locked in.
Elim locked in. Points secured. Bella. Rawton. They had a little bit of a raw to life in that last one, made it into the late game. Secured themselves some good placement points, but now all the teams that rotated a little bit too deep in the western side of Humble Hills now will have to pull back here. Sitting center of the zone. Pretty comfortable for a few of these teams. Icicle has lost their teammate, having to tend with Massimo and their duo on the outskirts. Will try to take up the fight here against Tame. Doesn't have any shield pots left, and it will be Elim secured there for Tame. Some points to their board here. Massimo, Tame, one of the teams as well to watch for in that top 10.
Yeah, looking to see if they can speed through like an Impala into this one and prepared for whatever else they will be able to cook up into this zone as Gyrelia just waiting patiently here. Good to take advantage of the high ground again. We've seen a lot of teams who have been able to get control of this position have a pretty strong placement into the longer term of the games here thus far. So keen to see if this team is going to be able to do it as well. You know, they've got a good scope over basically the whole battleground into this one, and maybe it can have more where that came from. But we'll see how things play out when the Stormire starts to shrink in a very low amount of time there.
Yeah, this is a pretty comfortable position, seeing over the entire lobby. And I have to give him credit. Jai and Josh really getting up into this position early before anyone else can really do anything. Phasma being caught on the outskirts here, and Jai really wants to push this, knowing that there's a few duos on the outskirts. They don't want to allow them to take up on their height. Shots are coming out. That is Tinker and their duo as well. Alex Reckless trying to rotate in as well. Some good shots coming out from Alex. A little bit slow on the Elims this time around, as this duo is still trying to make their way forward. They're one of the front runners here on the rotation in.
Going to be the front of the stack on this one. A damage over the top. Might just be able to get more through there. Alex and Reckless are focused as ever. Laser precision there. Will change course. So no, they can't stay too long into one singular fight, as leaves opportunities for third parties or even fourth and fifth in this particular part of the game here. are going to be taking it easy though, and we're going to see the storm start to shrink in a second. So this is going to get spicy in a moment, Tone. I'm eager to see how things will change up.
This is where we get down to really what makes a champion here. 25 squads now up. There will be Alex Reckless trying to make their rotation in. They will take a little bit of damage there on their push on forward. A lot of these duos now really about how they can put their best foot forward, how they can really secure themselves positional advantage. Again, Josh, Jai up on this height. They are just chipping damage in. That's a knock onto Crypty, but they need to secure the elim, or somebody else might be taking it. It is going to be Jai, though, pushing forward. Happy to take the space, playing very confident right now.
And that's exactly the kind of energy you need into this one, Tone. Play confident as can be and look to do your very best into this next portion as you look to push up. The Tone are constantly moving, and so too will our editor be moving with it. Be able to catch an angle through this one. Alex and Reckless forced to try and bounce their way across here, taking a ton of damage. This actually could harm them. They will be able to find a little hole to hide away in for the moment.
Yeah, they were trying to force Jai and Josh off that high ground, but now they're forced to the ultimate low ground, while Jai and Josh still control above, and might be looking to drop on down themselves. Jai going down on towards Star and Staggy below them. Now they've secured themselves in a spot. A lot of duos still fighting. It is going to be Terra actually finding some elims there in the feed. Luffy now caught between a rock and a hard place. A lot of duos around him. Alex Reckless just quite able to bunker down and get themselves into safety. That zone continuing to pull towards the western side of Humble Hills here, just on the outskirts of that beach. Alex Reckless still making their move forward.
Still making moves and trying to get even more where that came from. Chirelia need to hold her back on this one. See if they can find an opening and maybe catch an enemy off guard here. Still taking a bit of damage all in the same. Alex and Reckless though, ready to tame this battleground again. Able to shut down one set of opponents and looking for more shots through. Not going to be able to score. There we go. Elimination Station, Tony. We are well and truly here.
Yeah, the trade keeps rolling. Alex, Reckless. This is where the experience comes to play in tense situations like this. Resigns and Tinker have taken up onto the high ground here, and they've got a pretty good spot. Star and Staggy going to be fully finalized by Reckless and Alex. Great pump coming out from Alex, but great shots back from Pumpkin and Everlong. They're trying to do something back here. So we'll see Alex Reckless trying to navigate the outskirts here. They're just running into so many fierce competitors. Alex will be taken. Everlong traded Reckless down to one. Will be able to escape into the safety. He's going to get some shots into Fella. Will secure another elim. But he's looking for the meds. He's looking for the bats as well. Will be able to bounce forward. Reckless in a very clutch scenario right now.
It's all down to this Tone. Luckily, we'll be able to charge themselves back up, so ready for another fight. Not going to be fully charged into it, but at least they've got enough to get a bit of motion into this one, eh? And going to creep around and play the zone on this one, but no, they're going to be flanked and taken in as the elimination bank. So, it's going to be Crusades and Fatsman's team here. Try and get it done. Crusades are ready and waiting, but it's Resigns catching them on that one. Good to rain down power from above and more where that came from. But there you go, Tone. It's Resigned and Tinker taking away the W.
Yeah, that's a big win to put to their board. And, well, Nate, it feels like we're returned to normality now. Some of the more experienced names getting a win on the board.
Like, the more things change, the more they stay the same, or something like that. I can tell you, Game 7 is the shortest length that we've had duration-wise. Game 8, the equal longest. So if we're a bit like flummoxed, wondering what's going on with the pacing and who's good and who's bad and who's in form, well, maybe Game 9 is that return to the mean that we're looking for. Very interesting, at least from where I'm sitting. The positioning there, a lot more on the ground than maybe what we're expecting. Certainly the first 4 games that we had a lot of battles. What, Matt, you just like to say vertical, one end or the other, on the floor to get the elims. Don't worry about the damage. We've gone through there before. It is going to be, looking at the leaderboard, those +4 points for the elims that make all the difference.
making all the difference, and it really does matter, you know, being able to stake your claim and take aim at setting your sights high onto this one. Obviously, the leaderboard are transforming as the games go on as well, and I think we've got a new leader, if I'm not mistaken, at this point.
We could well. We're going to wait until we get the official thing up on your screen. I have heard Vazen. Moondogs maybe in the lead for a moment's time. We were talking about Jay and Josh, by the way. I wanted to give them their flowers. I saw a comment in the chat being like, Nate, you just moved straight on. Respectfully, they were still outside the top 20, even after that result. They are 250 points off third. But friend, I'm cool with it. You win any one of these games, you deserve to be called out. And I tell you what, Tony, they were doing decently coming into the late game, game 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Just some great secure positioning. It all really came down to the fact that they were able to get there early. A lot of these teams a little bit late to the piece here, but again, looking at this replay as well, Reckless, a big clutch up there, getting some more points to Alex and Reckless's board. Going into the later stage, the placement as well secured for Alex and Reckless after a little bit of a slower game in the game just previously.
We've got the leaderboard for you, Alex, Reckless. Holding it down up top, Phasma and Crusades number 2. And have a look at that. I got to dust off the rulebook to work out how we're going to decide it if they're equal, because at the moment, one elim separates making it through to the next stage of this competition. If you want to go through to Germany, the Major One Summit, it really could be that ever so slightly more aggressive gameplay that makes all the difference. Natalos alongside Two-Tap Tony and Matsy. We're going to take a deep breath before we're back for Game 10 after this short break. Well. 3 games left. What a day 2 it has been. And we ain't done yet. The FNCS OCE Major number 1. And it is truly going down to the wire. Nate Ollis here alongside Tony and Matsy. And the good news is, the great news, Resigns Tinker get their first win after finishing 3rd. After finishing 2nd, they finally get that first dub. And friends, that catapults them into 3rd spot, restating, as we did just before the break, they are ahead. They are making it through, as it stands, by 1 elim. Tony, it doesn't get any closer. It simply doesn't.
Oh, absolutely. It's a game of numbers and a game of inches here for Resigns and Tinker and Vazen and Bulldogs. And it feels fitting to see Resigns and Tinker finally get themselves a win, finally get themselves that placement points, because as we alluded to yesterday, you know, they've done a ton of damage. They just couldn't quite find the elims, but they've really stepped it up in these last few. Of course, 4 in that first place win. They got 6 when they placed in 5th just previously. They're really starting to pick up these numbers.
Alex and Reckless maintain their lead. It is down to just 40 points as we head into an all-important Game 10. It's time for Matsy and Tony.
Oh yeah, time to get down to business, and we are going to be kicking off into this one right here, right now. Thank you once again, Nate, for all your great work, and can't wait to hear your dulcet tones all over again very soon. But speaking of tones, we got 2Tap Tony on the deck right with me here, Tony, and I'm eager to get into this one.
Yeah, this is it's going to be an interesting one, because as well, you know, later on today, this is where we get to see a little bit more of that contested action, especially on some of the teams that drop in a lot more hotly contested areas, and probably ones that teams will want to fight for the loot. We can already see a ton of elim in the feed, and we're seeing Wokes already taken out Phasma. So Phasma and Crusade still getting that later stage grief that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, it all comes down to the late game, doesn't it? And eager to see how things play out, Tony, as we will jump in to this one. And now going to take it slow and steady to build up your resources and see if you can find your enemies off guard early into the piece here. As the Storm Eye looks to shrink in just under 2 minutes time, or rather, but it's nice to see the teams having a more peaceful start to the game here, for the most part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it feels a little bit more right after all of the chaos from yesterday. We haven't seen a lot of chaos today, but you know, a few squads here or there going back and forth here. Painted Palms. It's going to be Solvi. Their duo currently here, just outside of Frigid Fortress. In the meantime, Slexi, MTB, they want to get involved early as well. Contestion, that is Giant Josh actually down here, and Josh has been knocked and will be secured on the elim there. So Giant Josh, not the opportunity maybe to get into this late game.
Yeah, should be able to take aim at that one, Tone, and looking to slate themselves ahead in a position. Got the jukebox there as well. What kind of tunes they're listening to? Who knows? But now, while we aren't going to get funky into this one, we're going to get some funky elims right now. That's a Ferrari peak if I've ever seen it. Nice way to drift into it, Tone.
Yeah, that's a great read. They were looking all over to finalize that one. So Giant Josh, what seems like a resurgent form from them going into these later games, now finally getting taken out early this time. It is again River and Protoon in a contestation, and over at Ripped Tides as well, we'll see Rain and Volks taken out.
Good starter coming out from them. Now I'm going to be looking to take it nice and easy as well here. Quack reuniting with their teammates, so can play around a bit of cover before they let's get smothered out of this one. Still looking to build up a few resources early on into the piece though, so they're going to be A-OK Tone for the moment. Can see that there's still some elims trickling through all the meanwhile as well, right? Like obviously you get those little unfortunate moments where some players are getting caught off guard there before they can really reach their potential.
Yeah. A lot of teams looking for that potential right now. Sonda and their duo just currently lurking about. Normally, one of the teams that we see in those early engagements. Oh, well, Mountain's duo getting taken out. Mountain currently running for the hills. Jackson Yuli up on that high ground, receiving a little bit of chip. Vanox and Zeph. One of these duos has been getting a little bit more active towards the early to mid game, securing themselves some elim points, securing themselves some mats meds as well. And Zone not too southern or northern this time around just yet. It's going to be Jay actually looking to aggress here on the Sonder and Quack.
Yeah, looking to heat things up right in the mix of it, Tone. Going to have to get some strong edits onto this one if they want to keep themselves into contention here. We'll be able to recharge into the battle as well. You can see a slight evacuation, leaving one player in the high ground there, whilst they now make a quick escape from the battle. So looking to re-engage another day, and it does keep them well and truly in control there. Going to be able to slip away, just like the banana peel up top on that one. But they're going to be happy with that. All the meanwhile, though, we take things on another angle. It's going to be Venox and Zeph there, looking to change position.
It's another Dark Dominion pull as well, so a lot of these teams probably will be sitting pretty comfortably. Slixy, MTB, fighting the outskirts. These two seem to want to tussle with a lot of the players currently in the lobby. Chug, their shields will be recharged for MTB. Great editing as well. They do see Trippin. Good finalized there. Just a quick reload. Elimination finalized, and meds mats will be gathered up here by Slixy and MTB, and Stormeye shrinking. But these two don't have to worry. Pretty northern pull this time around.
Yeah, going to be able to pull things northernwood there for the moment, and we'll be able to get us some more resources in the meantime for MTB there. So going to be happy to get a little bit more in their bank for this. Maybe a look for more where that came from. So just slow and steady into this piece of the Endeavor Tome, but it's not going to be slow and steady for much longer. As our teams look to get closer and closer, and looks like we're just going to keep swimming onto this one with Riki right now.
Yeah, just going for a little bit of a lap on in the outskirts here of the zone, and yeah, it's going to be a deep wrap. I think it is what he's after, because of course he doesn't want to be shot from the coastline. He will be able to get into a pretty comfortable position, seeing where the zone is. Very good call from our observers to catch that one. Wouldn't have normally see a player opt for a rotation path like that, man.
Yeah, wouldn't normally catch that one, would you, Tone? But that's going to be okay into this one. So we will be going to go a different direction for now. And looking to keep things cold and frosty, as we will be staying locked and loaded into this one. But the Stormeye are going to shrink in a moment's notice as well, Tone. So should see things tighten up nice and quickly here. We got Tinker and Resigned, one of our high contenders on the leaderboard there, looking to maintain a podium position for that matter. See if they can do it into this game as they stay uniform and will be just taking it slow and steady around the crevices here. They might be able to actually get spotted or even slot themselves towards a battle soon, though. As they take it easy, get some little pieces of resources on their way through.
Yeah, you know, we were speaking about these two, speaking about how the leaderboard's looking during the break, Matt, and Tinker Resigns, one of these teams that's definitely made their claim here in this top 3 as of late. And of course, a lot of these other teams really trying to play upset, trying to play gatekeeper as well. Kazi Aspect just on the outskirts of greatness as well. They've been playing so consistently so far, just haven't had that breakout game to really surge them through in the point total. So a little bit of a fight in the outskirts here. Here's going to be Damo Mincy. Another fight against Yuki and Zyakra.
Ooh, still getting a bit of damage over the top as well, aren't they? Damo looking to push it right up. So good suppressive fire from Vert onto this one. So it will force them back. just a little bit further and further along. They aren't able to hold it with much strength either. You know, they're trying to break the trees down and create a little hidey hole, if you will. See if they can pull themselves up into a better standing here. Good that they can trade resources. Good tracking there from Darksea, almost catching Rezox, but also exposes their position. So gonna have to reposition for XCon here for that matter, and see if they can regroup with Darksea to go into another fight. There we go. We'll be able to fall back and get ready for the next attack.
A little bit of battle of egos there towards that northern west side, and a few of those teams that did drop there still trying to fight for their stake and claim here. Mace, one of the duos that's sitting in contention of that top 3, currently at that 6th place in the overall leaderboard. And one of those teams that has always, you know, been spotted here towards the late game. Some of the elims don't really light up for them, but of course consistently placing pretty highly, though. They know that Rob and Mountain are around. They're looking for these elims right now.
Yeah, searching far and wide for them, Tone, and it should be able to hone in on something sooner rather than later, as they will hide closely. Mountain ready and waiting, could be faced with the Maces in a second, unless they play their cards right here. You can see they're slowly backing away. Yeah, we don't want to catch the smoke. We want to just stay clear of that fight. If they don't have to take it on at this stage, then they won't need to at all. So good to maintain composure and play for the long game.
Going to be about the long game. Going into these last few games where it really starts to sweat under the collar for a lot of these teams. Rainbot going to be taken out. It is Massimo and team still one of the contenders around that top 10 mark, and definitely want to stake their claim to qualify for that Major 1. Will be quickly securing themselves some elims. Yuki Zycro are going to be bouncing across here and be getting themselves in a pretty good spot. Matt, a lot of these teams are occupying this position towards the center of the zone, and all the teams on the outskirts still looking for a fight here. Sneaky Jenga, one of those teams that plays upset to a lot of the heavy favorites, and they're currently in a duel of wits against Mace.
A duel of wits and are ready to take this one to bits, Tone, as they will look to zone out of this one. Be holding ground for the moment into Wonky Land there, and ready to see who will lay claim to become the king of the land. But we're on to another position for now. Stay sneaky with a Jenga there. Need to play it like it's Jenga with the edits on this one, that's for sure, Zone. But no one are going to be taken out just yet. You can see the elimination feed lining up, though, and Mace goes down there. Sneaky, 1 HP in a dream, gets the knock. Still on for it, but it's Mace to take control of the fight there. So, and more to follow.
Yeah, Mace has lost their partner in crime, and now they still have to deal with Mountain and Rob walking in for the third party. Now be Mace taken out at 36. Not what you want to see if you're currently 6th on the leaderboard and trying to make a resurgent claim back up towards that top of the table. Rob and Mountain have fallen quite a bit since those last few games, currently sitting in 10th, Matt. Definitely need a big game out of them if they want to stake their claim at that top. As we'll see, a lot of these teams that occupied this position now have to rotate on out as that zone starts to close in on their side.
Yeah, have to focus up on this one as the zoner starts to transform, don't they, Tony? And we'll see if they are going to be able to launch their way through it. Tame, gonna be anything but tame once things close onto this one, that is for certain. Maybe they're playing a bit of reverse psychology with the alias there, you know? They go from tame to full energy real quick. We'll see what happens, though, as the Stormite looks to sink in a second. Already taking aim, and there it is, the Storm Surge warning. Gotta stay above that threshold if you don't want to get in a bit of hot water.
And definitely trying to stay in that top threshold. Team Jet and Massimo in a pretty good spot. We actually see a northern pull for once, it feels. Matt, we haven't seen it so far here in the FNCS or the OCE side of things. It's been more southern, western, southern, eastern pulls. We're going to see a northern western pull here. Up towards the snowy hills will go Sonda Quack, trying to rotate on in. trying to get themselves in a pretty safe position. And of course, Team Massimo happy to meet them on the outskirts here, playing gatekeeper to a lot of these teams trying to get in.
Yeah, they're going to be able to shut them out at the gate, aren't they? The bouncers over this area of the map, if you could say. And going to keep the plays on a lock here, Tone. There's Tame and Massimo. Try and climb up a little bit, but that could mean there's more targets on the more eyes peeled. Let's see if they can get this through now, though. Bouncing over the top, trying to slot in. We'll be able to drift past usage of the cover there, so we'll be able to away. Oh no, they're stuck in the fishing hole. Luckily, they get out of that one, Tony. That was a bit higgledy-piggledy, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a bit of a rough situation. Again, we'll take an overall view as these teams try to rotate through up towards Frigid Fortress. And that zone, quite a northern pull this time, so a lot of snowy terrain, a lot of snowy hills that these teams are going to have to maneuver. Rob Mountain trying to make their way around towards the western side of things. Tame and Massimo still putting their best foot forward, Matt. Again, really liking how they're playing this rotation right now.
Liking it, loving it, and gonna be more with that game from my man, that is for certain. As we will jump on in to the rest of this one. Gonna hold firm on a position here, Tone. Alex and Reckless now bouncing their way through. Could be involved in a fight in a second here. Have to play this one to a D. They want to hold on a strong, but the focus fire is coming through from their opponents. They will gather a little trickle of resources in the meanwhile as well, so they're going to be happy with that. Sorry, they're going to be A-okay with that. We'll see how things fare into the rest of this one, though. They're dressed to impress, and ooh, not going to be able to catch it just yet.
Not quite able to catch it. Your current top of the table, Alex Reckless, in a fight against Tinker and Resigns here. Very important knockdowns to find, very important elims to secure there. Resigns will be taken out by Reckless as well. Resigns going to be re-knocked by Alex, so perfect shots coming in from Reckless and Alex. They've got themselves in a good spot too, playing on the outskirts of this zone, outside this Storm Surge as well. They're well and truly above the threshold. Tinker now left as a solo. Watched his teammate fall just in his arms here. Has to make something happen. He has to make a little bit of a predicament of a rotate. On the outskirts, doesn't want to move too deep. He might look to grab the mats there from his fallen comrade. While the rest of the lobby's still moving. We can't really afford to stay on the action of Alex and Reckless too long, because the rest of the lobby's starting to make their move as well towards Frigid Fortress.
Gonna make those moves nice and quick there. The Fortress is gonna be lighten up real quick, Darn. The elim feed is already looking to light up with a great speed there, but for the moment, Alex and Reckless already trying to take aim at another opponent. No one's home though, so it'll be A-okay. Just to whittle it down. Hounds though could be in a bit of trouble here. Anarchy as well. Trying their best to hold firmly onto this one, Tony. But no one is able to gain that decisive movement just yet.
And I'm just looking at everybody that's still up right now in this top 23. I don't believe I see Phasma or Crusades. They got taken out earlier in the piece, so that means a lot of movement towards that leaderboard, right? Phasma Crusades currently sitting in second, but only by about 20-something points here, so really could see a shift in momentum as we go into the later stage of this one with top 22. And a lot of these teams with space to play with. I believe Reckless and Alex in a pretty good spot. They do have to contend with Darksea and XCon down there on the low ground, but in a pretty good spot to kind of scope out the competition.
Yeah, and it's great to have that line of sight, right? But it looks like they're going to be diving deep into the competition right now. Alex in a bit of trouble there. Needs to get themselves recharged real quick. We'll be able to hold firm onto this one. Tinker, though, to try and get some edits through there. Play a safe position for now on to the lower side of things. Might be able to take aim up high in a sec, though. You can see they're ready to pounce upon this. Have spotted Reckless. Not going to be out finding the fight with them just yet, though. So still locked and loaded into this one, Tony, but it's all going to blow up in just a second.
Yeah, it's all going to come to a boiling point here. Middle of the zone, Frigid Fortress. Not a lot of cover. It's just a lot of open mountain. A lot of building is going to have to be required. A lot of editing. So Alex Reckless looking to take a power position down here on the lower ground. Got to keep out of eyes distance from a lot of these teams, especially as soon as they see one of the elims in the feed and it's Alex and Reckless, they definitely will be hunted down. Forced to build themselves a roof right now as we move a little bit southern of Frigid Fortress. We'll move along the wall side of things. A lot of these teams in pretty good spots. Alex and Reckless, though, have situated themselves in a pretty good high ground after taking the low ground early. A quick knock to come their board, and that's going to be Aspect taken out in air. And that duo is not going to be too happy. Kazi and Aspect needed a big one here to get themselves in potential for that top 3.
Yeah, going to be dissatisfied with that one, Tone, but maybe get another chance later in the piece here. Still going to be holding a firm is Alex and Reckless, though. Looking to have a feed in between as well. Why not? With a chance to recharge. So they can barge back into this one head first. And, ooh, going to be looking to take a point from day 2 here. Ready and waiting. See what they can catch. We'll be able to get the knockdown. Good from Alex and Reckless here. Looking for more. JX is out of here. They've got one more to their squadron. See if they can manage to find it. MTB could be in a bit of trouble as well. Double fire, double focus. Trying their best to escape. They will be able to manage it for now, Tone, but this one is certainly lighting up.
Yeah, it's looking to light up. It is going to be quick elim there from Reckless. And that is more 0.6 elims here for Alex and Reckless as they make their surge to make that gap at the top a little bit harder for the rest of the top 10 to deal with here as we go into the late game. Everybody's starting to rotate. Again, Matt, we're seeing a lot of names we don't normally see in this top 10. Kurav, Hydra back up here, but we're seeing some newer names. Coast, Costa, going to be taken out there by Hydra. Alex. And Alex, once again, securing more elims. That's 2. Now make it 10 total for Power and Alex. And it will be another there picked up by his duo Reckless. So securing these elims, making this point surge come through. The revive, I don't believe, will happen there. So Alex going to be taken out fully in the mix of things with Vazen. Gerald, this is an ultimate low ground position they've built themselves in.
Yeah, they've got a good tunnel down under there, so should be able to play it. But no, it ain't going to happen. It's going to be locked down. But Vazen on this one. Happy days all round. Taking away the win, Tony. And what a way to get it done.
Friends, look at this as we get through to day 2. We're talking about professional expertise, big game experience. And I'm not quite going like gentleman's agreement there at the end, but there was certainly an acceptance of the result. And if you're Alex and Reckless, and this is not an official standing, by the way, but it is a Natolos one, surely locked in a top 3 spot with only 2 games remaining. That was just simply, Matty, professional.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Like, they managed to maintain their composure and professionalism all the way through, you know, even towards the final result there. It was just cinema, seeing the way that some of these teams have managed to really approach to this game in particular, and how things got so chaotic towards the end as well. I loved it.
What about for you, Tony? Vazen Bulldogs, a duo that you've talked about plenty, getting the W, potentially catapulting themselves back into the top 3 again. It's really hard to call. Far out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to see where we end here because we still see a ton of shifting in momentum. We see Alex and Reckless. They peaked late yesterday and they're starting to do the same again today. I believe it was 11 elims there in that final top 2 placement, so they're not going to be feeling too bad about that one. But for Vazen Bulldogs, that's a big game for them. Points secured. I don't know if they had as many elims as they probably would have liked, but points secured nevertheless for that first place and could potentially knock Phasma and Crusades out here.
Yeah, as for Mason Mace, not a game 10 for them to remember. We're going to have a look at that leaderboard in just a moment's time, but I'm starting to think, friends, Tony, Matsi, maybe after game 11 with 1 left, we pick 1 team each from 2nd to 4th and see if we want to back them home. Because, of course, only the top 3 will make it through to the FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany. The prize pool expanded to 200,000, of which on that competition. The top 5 will make it all the way through directly to the big dance. Back here in OCE, day 2. Wowee. We had one elim being all the difference. Friends, leaderboard predictions. Matsy, Tony, you want to take a guess for me?
Ooh. You know what? I reckon we are going to see Tinker's team on top. That's it. I'm back in Tinker.
Go on, Tony.
Look, I was thinking about Resigns and Tinker, but I have to give it to Basin and Bulldogs there. They might have a crack here at potentially qualifying, especially with such a big game here in the later stage of the evening, the later stage of day 2, where it really all comes to a boiling point.
We have a look at the final touches on the victory royale. It was very professionally done. Have a look at that lead. It was 40 points for Alex and Reckless. It's more than that now. I can't do the quick maths. I got rice happening here with my mathematics. And have a look. Are you kidding me? 3rd and 4th is 1 point again. Of course, with different duos in there, that margin remains the same. The Alien rate for Resigns and Tinker, fantastic, but just higher placing overall. Of course, as we looked at the scoring at the top of show, it is really weighted to those top spots. So one bad result doesn't exactly ruin your day. And Matty for Phasma and Crusades, even a few bad results, and they're still clinging on to 3rd place, but only just.
Yeah, only just holding on to it for now. We'll see if that changes, though, moving on to the piece there. I mean, with a 1-point differential, you know, you got to be sweating at the pressure heading forth into the future pursuit there, don't you?
I'm sweating just calling it and trying to do some quick maths. I can't imagine how the competitors are feeling. Only 2 games remaining here on day 2. We'll be back after this short break. FNCS OCE Major 1 is down to the final 2 games. Natalos here alongside Matsy and 2-Tap Tony. And these top 3 standings, well, they just keep on changing. Why do we keep going on about it? Because those 3 duos will progress to the FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany, where they will compete for a prize pool of 200,000 USD. And those top 5 spots will go straight through to the Global Championship. Friends, it is all to play for. Maybe, just maybe, some of these bottom place teams want to make a name for themselves the final 2 games. Any thoughts, Matsy?
Yeah, I reckon they're going to be looking to make a name for themselves right there. You know, looking to run the gambit, if you will, and give it absolutely everything they've got. And, you know, I'm hopeful that the unsung heroes get their chance to make their names known and bring themselves into the spotlight here. It is going to be a lot of fun on deck, I'm certain. And, yeah, I'm just eager to see exactly what kind of changes we see into this one.
As for Alex and Reckless, that last game, 100 points. Wowie, that is certainly a statement with 2 to play again. Certainly not official, but it's your Natalos, I guess, check that you definitely cannot take to the bank. I'm putting it out there. They're looking great for top 3. And then really, there's 3 more duos into 2 more spots. Tony, do you want me to keep asking you for your prediction, or are you just going to start throwing something at me soon? It's so hard to tell.
It's so, look, it is. It really is. Especially, you know, game 2, game 3, as we'll get into this one. And of course, Nate, thank you for your lovely hosting. And we'll get into it, Matt, and I'll continue to yap. I was going to reiterate, we saw a rough game from Phasma and Crusades in that last one. 44th, no points. So they're currently sitting at 3rd just from the previous placements that they've had.
Oh my goodness. Just from the previous placements we've had there, and already going to be settled into position on that one. Curious how things are going to transform as we jump into action right now, though. Played the earlier resource game here to just collect whatever you can, so then you can build yourselves up to greatness in the later stages. But everything are going to be nice and peaceful over the sandy strip right now, as they look to, yeah, take it slow, take it easy.
A lot of these teams definitely wanting to take it easy, but you know, we were speaking to Nate, we were speaking to a few of our ops team as well, Matt. This is one of the games, you know, game 11, you know, second last. This is where we can see teams really shake up their strategy, go for some early elims here. Z-Dog, only their duo getting the better of that one. Z-Dog coming up clutch in the 2 versus 1. We'll be able to win out the contest there at Wonky Land, but Tinker resigns. One of those teams that's contending right now for that top 3. Need to be on high alert against a team that's probably going to come and try and take them.
Yeah, they really have to stay cautious, you know. They can't afford to let anything slip by here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a bit of trouble. Speaking of, going to be jumping into this one right now. Ooh, going to be taking a aim at that one. Risking a bit of trouble. Will be luckily able to evacuate back towards their teammate there, but certainly getting uncomfortable very quickly here. Damo already trying to shut down a Tinker as well. So you can see every team just taking aim at them here, Tone. Looking to zone them out.
Yeah, Damo. Mincy really walking up. Resigns down to a slither of HP. Tinker has been knocked down here. Resigns is going to have to come up clutch, and he's taken out. Resigns and Tinker down at 47. In game 11, not right now, not what they want to see. Mace now trying to make some elims happen to their board. They're sitting in a pretty spot to maybe contest here. As Resigns and Tinker taken out early. Means it's anyone's game for the taking, Matt.
Yeah, anyone's game here. Anyone's time to take it in. Going to be primed up through the tunnels right now to try and escape this scenario. Be able to hold her back for the moment, though. Anarchy forced out of position there. Good shots coming across the map from Mace into this one. Being able to build up a little more themselves. Not going to take a tumble here. Zycra winning the same. just looking to scout things out, see if they can slate towards something more positive.
Yeah, this is Zycra Nuki. Landing on the southern side, just outside of New Sanctuary. We'll see Ruski Abe. And he's taken out. There it is. Rainy Volks have received a little bit of a contestation. Could be playing the trumpet, man. I didn't know Volks had that in him.
Yeah, feeling a bit musical in their plays, you know? Love those harmonies, and keen to see where that came from. Zonda's going to be in a bit of trouble, though. Really a big shots there from Josh. But they will be able to escape the fight for a second there. So Sonda and Quack can hold a steady in position there. Jairelia looking to see if they can fall out of position, as well as the Storm will look to enclose upon them. So going to take it slow and steady. Not looking to get too close to the race yet.
Yeah, this is interesting rotation path here from Quack and Sonda. Guy Josh actually did get into a little bit of a scrappy engagement earlier on in that last game, and Giant Josh had a pretty good few games before that, so they probably want to be staying out of the eliminations. Riki, Fluffy going to be taken out there, one apiece. As well, we can see Reds now trying to get out of there. We'll see a care package drop, so utility to be picked up. Hunt shotgun. Rotation towards southern side of Painted Palms here. Could be meant to duo though on the outskirts. There is a team rotating down towards this position where Arids is.
Yeah, going to be able to coordinate position there, and looking good for now, but they might be in for another fight in a second for Oxids there. They're going to have to run away quite quickly. They're being hunted down by their oppressors right now, but we look to take aim over to another position here. The Storm Eye is shrinking momentarily, just over a minute on that one. So you're going to see how the map will transform once that slates in to play here. Going to take it easy though. Not look to get too ahead of ourselves here. As I say that, taking damage from the high ground mountain. Forced to fall back onto this one. Oh, Josh really big shot. Stop, drop, and roll as they stroll into that one.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Josh and Jai there, securing themselves in the Elim. Robert Mountain going to be taking up height here on Humble Hills and going to have a pretty good vantage point on the entire lobby. In the meantime, Quack, Sonda onto Aza. Their duo right now, just everybody still fighting in the outskirts on the zone. Rotation. More than happy to take these fights early because, you know, as we've alluded to, Matt, early zones don't do a ton of damage. So a lot of these teams are happy to take these fights. And especially with all of the meds they've got, they probably want more.
Probably want more, and we'll see if they can settle the score onto this one. They will be taking it easy for the second. Quack at least has the cover of darkness on their side, and maybe can find more in a second. As the Storm Eye shrinks soon, could find JX there. Good shots over the top there. Not going to be able to catch the player, but will at least try and break down some of that cover there to keep themselves slated into a positive position here. Sonda one in the same. Just trying to disengage themselves and keep distance.
Looking to back it off here. Icicle, 2 E-limbs. Did lose the heals. Can't really find that reboot van either. 40 teams left up here, Matt, early on. Expected of Game 11 that we start to see. I'm not going to use the word grief. I'm going to say different strategies from a few of these teams and more willingness to fight on the early parts of this zone. And I guess isn't a bad thing, realistically, for a lot of the teams going into the mid-game as well. There's going to be less teams contesting positions, and it feels like a little bit more of a freer rotate for the teams walking in for the mid-game.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit more free motion, doesn't it? You know, they're able to just pretty much go wherever they please at this stage of the game here. And ooh, curious to see how this is going to play out. Jenga course, to get some good edits over the top there, as they are going to be disengaged out of position. Knock comes down as Z-Dog, last one standing for them there. Try to do the best that they can, because Jenga is now out of the fight. Sneaky. The sneaker past it, as Z-Dog are still in it. But not going to be able to press the issue any longer.
Sneaky. Looking about. Lost Jenga. Now needs to be very safe in how he approaches this one against Z-Dog and Oatly, who aren't going to let him walk in here too squabbly. Sure, shots coming out there, and it will be Sneaky taken on out. Elim secured for Z-Dog and Oatly. They will need to get themselves in a rotation on the other side of things. A few teams on the outskirts of Sandy Shores.
Yeah, a few things going down there on the Sandy Shores, and looking to settle a few more scores onto this one, Tone. We'll see that elimination coming through, but it's going to be Slixy Bot there doing the best they can to slide their way over the top of this one. They got the high ground and might be able to keep this one running for. Trying their best to play around their teammate MTB here. Quack is going to be in a bit of trouble, Tone.
Yeah, Quack in a little bit of a predicament. It'll be bunkering down. Southern, Western pull there for the zone. So these two teams are going to have a little bit of terrain to traverse right now, and going to be looking to do so. Backing out of that fight, Quack, Sonda will go towards the northern side and potentially look to try and slide down this hill. They'll grab some mats on the way. Again, that zone still not doing all too much. We're only in 4 out of 12. The Storm is going to take all too much, but of course these teams have to look out for that Storm Surge, Matt.
Have to look out for the surge, otherwise they're going to be in a bit of trouble, aren't they? And keen and curious to see what else will be on top of this one, Tone, as look to push on a fourth. Play further into this endeavor here. Storm are going to be shrinking a little bit more within the next minute or so as well, Tone. So let's see if they can make this one happen. Phasma looking to build some barricades as well. Should be able to settle their position nice and comfortably into this one, Tony. And we'll see if they are going to be able to further pursue it as they hold on firmly to their respective coordinates.
I've just received word as well. Mace and Mace have been eliminated early in the piece here. We saw Resign to Tinker go down. So a lot of these teams that are at that top contention mark here, potentially knocking on the door of taking Phasma Crusades down out of that top 3. Of course, 1 point that separated Resigns and Tinker from Phasma and Crusades. And of course, we won't see Tinker and Resigns into the late game or into the middle of the game. Still 38 teams are up here. Rotation towards the western side. Slixy, MTP. A little bit of a quieter early game for them. Of course, we saw a lot of willingness to fight early on for key positions here, but they're happy to play the rotation this time around. Right, Jake. Actually, just going to be right. Jake has been eliminated earlier. Let's be cautious. Team to the southern side. It's actually just a solo on the southern side here. Duo just below that as well. And a little bit more of a southern-western pull, Matt. This is going to be a hard zone for some of these northern teams to walk into.
Could be a difficult place to get through, isn't it, Tony? And keen and curious to see if they can make it work from here. So Ryan will be able to resupply there, but now we take aim to the other side of the map. It's going to be a mountain on the mountain. So good to see them taking the high ground there. And it will be able to play around their teammate. They've got the high ground positioning to face down Alex as well, if they want to rattle down some firepower towards that position. But not going to be looking to focus their fire in that way at the moment. You know, at least they can maintain course over this one. But as the storm does transform, they may actually be pushed out of position. Alex could have the better point of contention heading deeper into this one.
Yeah, deeper point here. And zone pulls off of the hill. A few of the teams that are still positioned around that hillside have pretty good spots. Alex, Reckless, we saw go on a little bit of a tear towards the later stage definitely really cementing themselves in that top of the table, especially with all of the E-limbs that they have been finding. Average of 6 E-limbs throughout their games so far, Matt. So one of these teams has definitely been putting on a show in terms of the points that you can get from those E-limbs alone. And they're just going to be sitting and waiting the rest of the lobby towards that more southern side. We still see Goofy and Vortex in the mix. One of those teams that you expect to be at the top 10 around this point in the competition, but they're sitting pretty far out of it. Currently 24th at the moment, and not really all too much in terms of how they can get there. They're about 214 points, but they're so far off of the mark.
Yeah, so far off of the mark, they need to lock it down and lock it in, don't they, Tony? See if they can manage it, though, as they are going to take it easy for the moment. Going to hold back, hold steady onto this one, as the zone will look to get closer and closer. Obviously, the Storm Surge playing into effect as well. They need to play so they can keep that threshold in check here. Gerald and Vazen for that one. They're okay for the moment, but I mean, once more damage will ensue, they could be in a bit of hot water, let's say. Going to be another potential fight imminent as well between Alex and Meshi's teams here. And I'm prepared to see which one might land the first strike, but I mean, it looks like the other squad is actually going to be focused elsewhere for the moment.
Yeah, a few of these teams focused on different scenarios. Jackson Newley just below Reckless and Alex. Reckless might have a little bit of a peekaboo angle into a few of these teams. As that zone starts to shift off of the mountain slowly, a lot of these teams will have to make their way off of it. Vazen, Gerald, one of these teams that I looked at, Matt, and was like, yeah, these guys can definitely pull themselves through and solidify their top 3 scenario. Right now, we'll be taking a fight against Pumpkin and Terok, who we said at the start of the day, Matt, Terok, Pumpkin have had a very poor performance here in the FNCS Major 1. Of course, it's all about the day. It's all about how you can show up. And, you know, if you're having a bad day, another team's definitely having a way better day than you right now. Volt's getting peppered from Gerald. That might be an E-limb solidified in just a second. They just need to break all the walls so they can spot this one onto Vox. But Vox hiding pretty comfortably will finally fall to the storm.
Yeah, at long last, they will fall down there. So, going to be moving onwards and upwards to this one. A time for a pizza party as well, maybe? No, not this time, but at least they've got it on lock if they need a recharge here. Z-Dog and Oatly going to be maintaining course over the high ground and can look down upon many of their opponents here. They can just hold steady once the Storm looks to move there, but it looks like we are going to be pressing on in. A Z-Dog in a bit of trouble, taking a ton of damage there. We'll be able to just escape, though, not taking enough to warrant any deep concern. And now looking to see if they can earn themselves favor in the next fight ahead.
See what they can do. Eastern ring pull here for a lot of these teams, and occupying a lot of the space. That's the luxury of a game like Fortnite, a battle royale scenario. You do have a lot of space, a lot of verticality for a lot of these teams as they build up or they go to the ultimate low ground. 26 teams up here. Zone number 7. You can still see Gerald, Vazenbot, team that won in today. Gerald take it out. And that's not what they need right now. Vazen needs to lock in. He's going to be tucking in the Storm just on the outskirts of any of the teams that can contest it. Vazen will pop the Chug. He'll get back to full. And ooh, what a ring pull. This is actually on top of where Vazen's sitting. So Storm Surge, 406 below. He's going to have to use that pizza. Those Chug-Jugs, he's going to have to fly in his zone. He can't really afford to sit there and wait it out. Vazen's going to have to make a move here, Matt.
Oh, we're going to have to make it quick. They will get the knockdown on the Vortex there, so good start. Not going to be able to lock in the Ilium, and it's Vazen going down. FTB out of here. Their team is done, Tone. And now there's going to be more steaming ahead as well. Things are getting crazy right now into these fights.
Alex and Reckless grouping up. They know that this could be their cement, their ticket towards that major qualification, the Summit 1. And here we see Alex under fire, though. It is going to be coached quickly, pumped by Alex. Beautiful shot there from the shotgun. And Alex, though, has lost Reckless in the meantime, so it's going to be him putting the team on his back to percent and claim some points here. The top 21 now, and Alex is going to be sitting in the storm, just tanking a little bit of damage. Having a little bit of a pizza party, Matt trying to stay healthy. Crusades and Phasma, though, on the outskirts here. They're in a pretty good spot to rotate in.
Pretty solid position to rotate through here, Tony, and we're going to have to get their running shoes on, so to speak, to stay within a contention onto this. Crusades will be back there. Get some shots over the top, make sure they work around Phasma into this one. See if they can keep the reins in check here. Try and press their way up, climb to the top of the summit, if you will. Alex are going to be still locked in as well, you know, playing for as much positioning as they can into this one. And I mean, sustainability is going to be the key for Alex here.
Definitely being very vigilant on how to use those meds, those resources. Caesar's Savior up on the higher ground there, and it will be Crusades. Take it out, so it's just going to be Phasma fighting for it here. Avalon taken out. That will be a limb there for Phasma, having to pop these splashes, having to pop all of the meds right now. Alex looking to make a play for the low ground here. He's going to be lying in wait out of sight of any of these squads walking up, and it will be tripping to find Alex. So that's Alex and Reckless out of the mix as we go top 14. Star and Staggy also taken out of the picture. Pumpkin as well. So this is looking rough for some of the teams at that top of the leaderboard, Matt.
Yeah, it's looking tough, isn't it? You know, they're slowly but surely getting whittled down here, and this could be a chance for some of the lower placed teams to earn their flowers here, get a bit more placement on a lock. We'll see if they can manage it, though. So late into the endeavor, Phasma focused up, making sure to keep their eyes to the sky there. They do not want to get dropped on this one, Tone. Otherwise, they could be in hot water, so to speak. And they've got not much sustainability either. The storm, oh no, they go down. See you later. And that takes them out of the fight here.
And Phasma and Crusade out of the picture now. Jackson, Yuli, one of those teams you expect to place pretty highly. They've looked pretty solid, but not really all too much out of them from today. They will elim Costa. They do C-Team. And I believe that is just below. Aggro Dana's still in the picture. Haven't spoke about them since yesterday. And they've had a pretty quiet affair, you know, still placing around that top 15, but haven't really seen them surge to life. Venox now on the high ground here. Has the ultimate range to shoot on down team. Now caught in a bunker. We're down to this top 3, Matt.
Down to the top of 3. Who will reign supreme into this one, Tony? We're focused up and ready for war as Donate will be looking to hold it back underground there. Big focus fire from Zep up top, though. Good tracking. Now looking to bounce through, see if they can pounce on to another elimination to their name as they push in, trying to break down the barricades there. And it's coming in a clutch into this one. They need everything they can into this situation, Tony. But they're taking it to them. They're getting closer. The drop comes through. Fenix in trouble. Denaith gonna be trying their best to hold on. And there it is. Victory!
Yeah, huge victory royale there for Danith and Aggro. And, well, one of the names we haven't gotten to see have some success today. Nate, how you feeling about that one?
Look, we're saying, please, 2 games remaining. Can some of these competitors that we know that have got it in them, like OCE got depth. I think people don't quite realize we'll take it down all the way to games 11 and 12 to find that out. So congratulations at one end of the ladder, if you like. What about Phasma and Crusades? It felt like every single time somebody could have an advantage. Alex and Reckless looking good. And I even think I might have heard you say, Tony, starting the sentence, and they've secured, and I think they've locked it down. And as soon as you said that, the duos are going down time and time again. For Vezin and Bulldogs, we're going to watch it back many times, you have a feeling, unless there's something even more special in game 12.
It's a lot. I feel like as well, a strong point to make was Tinker and Resigns getting taken out early. They didn't have the best of game 11 there, and that's going to probably hurt them looking at this leaderboard and how competitive it still is at this top 6 mark.
You're not wrong. It just hurts to watch, man. 47th? You kidding me? We were trying to clutch up. I guess we didn't speculate. Maybe I'll put my hand up and say, hey, maybe some of those teams down the lower end, just try and make a name for yourself. Make a name for myself, indeed. Wowee. As for Alex and Reckless, do you think, Matty, they have now done enough with only game 12 remaining?
I think that they're pretty set. I think that they're in a pretty strong position, right? I don't think that, I think they're pretty good. I don't think there's going to be any way that they're broken out of it here, unless something absolutely heinous happens. But I don't think so. Unless I've just cursed them, in which case I'm so sorry.
Yeah, maybe we try not to do that too many times. What about in-game? Tony, please tell me about these rotations that are coming out as fast as you guys can spit out the words.
Yeah, I'm really liking how these teams are rotating, using those shock grenades, using those gauntlets to really get themselves in forward positions, right? We see a lot of the more experienced teams happy to rotate early, happy to take up that space at the front of the pack. They don't want to get left behind, because that's when you have teams third partying, fourth partying, taking you out, taking your duo out, and all of a sudden, that's your game done at like top 20.
When you, keeping in mind, sorry, if you are just joining, top 3 spots for your FNCS OCE Major number 1 to make it through to the summit in Germany, it could well be bunker down time indeed. We've got new victors, which we ain't mad about, but what we really want to see is right here. Alex and Reckless extending that advantage overall. Again, could they have gone a bit further? Yes, they could, but it could well be enough. And have a look at that gap. The biggest gap formed between 3rd and 4th place since game 2. Resigns and Tinker. Unfortunately, Matty, it's not impossible. For what it's worth, 5th place. It's still not impossible, but you got to say, considering, well, again, early positioning, bunkering down, you'd want to be Phasma and Crusades any day of the week, surely.
Yeah, 100%. You want to be taking it to them any day of the week, you know. It's going to be a tough one, right? I think that things are looking pretty tight. I think they were a bit tighter after the last game there, but now we're starting to see things take motion, take that transformative approach here. So it's going to be a really, really difficult one. Resigns and Tinker, the pressure's on them to try and deliver the result of the century. See if they can take Phasma and Crusades there out of motion, but I don't know. It's all caution all round.
If you're wondering why we're harping on about it, quick reminder, after Game 9, they were level, 463 points. Resigns and Tinker and Vazin and Bulldogs. All of a sudden, the pairing, one Elim outside top 3, sit in 2nd. Friends, you know what it means. There's one game left, Game 12, and we'll be back with it after this break. comes down to this. 2 days of action, 50 duos. This is game 12 of FNCS OCE Major 1. And no, we still don't know the 3 duos that will be going through to the Major 1 Summit in Germany. Nate Telos here alongside 2Tap Tony and Matzi. Friends, there are 2 teams without a single win so far that technically could still make it through. Kazi and Aspect, Massimo and Tame. But really, are we not looking at Resigns and Tinker redemption? Tony, I know you want that.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see Resigns and Tinker take it. They finally, all the skeptics, us here on the desk, were like, they're doing so much damage, but they're not finding these elims. They're not securing themselves the points they need. They came into today with a different tune and absolutely have showed out here in this last set of 6. But, well, we're going to say goodbye to Nate. Matt, one more time here. Our final game, the winners, top 3 to Germany. And this is going to be a very exciting affair for us.
That's it, Tony. One more time to see which teams will be celebrating. And we'll be dancing at the end of this one as we jump into action right now. We're going to be seeing which teams get that early traction, and we'll be able to get emotion over towards some good resources here.
Very important for a lot of these teams that, especially at, if you're Vazen and Bulldogs, if you're Phasma and Crusades, keeping your head down. Knowing where a team drops is a very important thing in this scenario, but especially in the elims, we don't want to see your favorites go down early. We don't want to see Phasma Crusades, their Resigns, Tinker. We don't even want to see Kazi and Aspects getting taken out early, because they're in contention still for that top 3.
Yeah, it's a really tight one right now, isn't it? They need to absolutely play as hard as they can into this one. Can't afford to have even the slightest slip, otherwise it will slip away from their grasp. And prepare for battle now, as we see some shots coming out from Corpse there. Ooh, actually getting the knock onto Harry there, so good start from them. I'm not going to be able to lock in the elim yet.
Yeah, not able to lock that one down. Kazibot Aspect, one of those teams I didn't want to see early on in the feed. And they're looking to put the pressure on early. Close is getting melted here by the rifle of Kazi, and it will be a quick secure on the elimination. Points gained, that's 4 now to Kazi and Aspect's board.
All are going to be up in the air here, Tone, and Vortex. Going to see if they can sweep them away as well. Goofy taking a bit of damage. Not going to be swept away as yet, though. Vortex takes to the high ground, taking a bit of punishment in the meantime. We'll be able to regroup at least, and they can play into the smoke there. Look to maintain that cover in the line of sight, and prepared to see where they might look to take this one. So they're not certain of the exact coordinate of their enemy yet. They're not looking to commit to a fight too quickly, but you can see if fella's ready to take this one up high, ready and ramping up, Tone.
Ready to ramp it up here, trying to get some elims. Goofy, Vortex, just on the outskirts here, looking in, and it will be a quick elimination there. Vortex and Goofy making quick work of that duo and securing themselves all of the mats and all the meds and some early elimination points. Matt, that's what they need right now. Goofy and Vortex, for them, outside of the top 10 in the overall, but still, they want to play for all the points possible. They want to play for that prizing, of course, at the end of the day. Even if they can't qual to land, they still want that prize money.
Yeah, they still want to earn as much as they possibly can, make sure that they claim the highest stakes that they can into this one, and ready to see exactly where they might take it here, Tone. Is it a Kazibot? Ooh, good tracking there. Might be able to send Jet away. Oh, the knockdown. That's a nice one, Tone. And the Elim locked in off that. Nicely done.
Yeah, great contention there on the outskirts of the zone there on the western side. And that's some points to Kazi and Aspect now. Matt, again, securing themselves 8 points total. And every point counts, especially with how all of these teams at the top there have been battling back and forth. It was such a close affair, a tied scoreline. And of course, a lot of these Guys don't want to go home empty-handed. They want a quality land here.
Yeah, they want to do everything they can to earn their place, Tony. And we'll see if they can do it. But we got to stay humble right now in the Humble Hills and take it easy, take it slow as we earn our keep into this one. Textures, maybe looking to take things up high. You can hear their enemies are crawling around them, looking to surround their position, trying to charge up before they get into a higgledy-piggledy situation here, Tony. But all the meanwhile, you can see the feed is lighting up and all hands on deck here.
I believe I saw Mason there. Not a team you want to see getting involved because they're currently at 7th and they want to make that run up through the leaderboard. Vazenbot, Gerald, they're getting involved here. Maybe some early elims to their board and solidify themselves in that top 2. With, of course, their ticket being punched to Germany here. Gerald, dishing out some great damage here. That pistol just really good at breaking these walls, forcing out the mats here from Natures and Wokes. While Vazen tries to take a little bit of an off angle, trying to get on towards the backside and pressure them from both sides. A little bit of a pincer approach here from Vazen and Gerald.
Pincer maneuver could certainly earn them big wealth into this one, Tone, and see if they can get it done into this stage as the zone looks to move a lot closer onto this one. Vazen might be forced into a fight. We'll be able to evacuate just in time, though, with Gerald. And obviously, with the zone being in its early stages, they can play inside the storm for just a little bit here. But we'll see what they can put together into this one zone. It ain't over till it's over.
JFT, Falcon, and Gazer going to be securing quick elim there. 2 apiece. Overall, Protoon and their duo, I believe, didn't actually fall to the early engagements. I'm seeing Mace again in the feed, Matt, and that's not what I want to see. I believe that might be Mason Mace taken out here early on in the piece. Only 39 teams still up, and of course Mason Mace getting taken out, they get no points. And they're just going to have to pray here something crazy happens. They might be just stuck at 7th.
Oh, might be stuck at 7th, and that could be big trouble, Tony. We'll see if they are going to be able to make it, or whether they may be able to stake everything on this one, Tone. As the storm looks to heat up once again, sticking around the squibbly shorts here. And we're going to see if there's more in store. Look at that. Love the hops coming through. Always good to see some motion there. Storm are going to be shrinking in a second as well, Tony. But, you know, it's still early days here.
Yeah, still very early days. Protoon River. Normally ones we see get taken out early, they're the ones taking the fights early. Josh will be taken. And that will be a rotation in towards the zone now. As we'll pull in from the northern side here. A little bit of a more eastern zone for your final game here. And a lot of these teams, of course, a lot more fighting towards the earlier games, Matt. We're still 3 out of 12 zones here, and we only have 69 left in the lobby.
Yeah, not too many are going to be left into this one right now, Tony. But at least they can keep things calm and steady for the time being to hold it together. As I say that, though, we are going to be seeing an elimination secured on one side of things here, and Vert may be looking to see if they can take the verticality in their favor. Sam could be in a bit of trouble here, could be a double down onto this one. Protoon trying to do the best that they can as well, just hold steady, playing the smoke there. Let's see if they have it in them, Tone.
See if they have it in them. Shots coming out from Protoon. Warning ones for the duo they face down here. It'll be actually Protoon, River maybe opting to rotate out. Yeah, they probably don't want to take this fight. Realistically, want to place higher, play for their positioning overall. They will also as well off the drop rates here. Items to be cycled through. Both teams handshake agreement to get out there, Matt.
Gonna be a big agreement out of that one, Tony, and we'll see if it's the next step on their big steps towards a victory, as we are going to be holding it down for the moment and looking to take it slow and steady. Let's see who's going to win this race, as it is going to be Meshi, knocked down and eliminated. Great stuff from Gerald, and looking for more around the corner as well. They're trying to get fast to the heel here. Costa in trouble, down low. Surely they will be able to get away from this one, but maybe not, Tony. They're boxed in, trying their best to climb as far as they can. Oh my goodness, Tony. This could be a big one, but they are running and down.
Yeah, Gerald with some clean scaling up towards that tower. Invaser Gerald, 3 elims now to their board. Deep in the heart of the storm here, Northern Pool. The final game here, and we have a few teams on pretty good height. You can see Zazers and Xavier just on that outskirts. Jet gonna be taken out there by Darksy. Darksy, XCon, they've had a quiet day so far, and they just want as many points as possible. Get themselves higher up that leaderboard, secure themselves some more prizing. For a lot of the teams around the 20th to 10th mark, right, Matt, it's a big difference in terms of the prizing here, so they definitely want to play for that money right now. That aggro we saw just in the top 9 at the moment here, and they probably want to secure themselves in that spot. They want to stay there and secure themselves a pretty good placement overall throughout the event.
Yeah, they want to place as high as they can, right? Try and do everything within their power, Tony. And eager to see how they will be able to push on through here. As they take it slow and steady. A Storm are looking to shrink in just over a minute here as well, but still going to have, all of our players are still on deck into this one. Should be able to hold it down. Lock it in here. So we take it easier for the time being. Still going to be playing a patient game. No one are going to be taking aim at anything too crazy just yet. But, I'm keen to see the escape from Wonky Land into this one.
Yeah, it's still a lot of teams kind of lurking in the shadows. And, Snaggy getting humbled by Harry. That is a quick fight. Done and dusted here for Harry and Fisher as they stake their claim in Wonky. But the zone is pulled quite eastern, Matt. They're going to have a little bit of a time to rotate in. And it's gone a little bit more quieter in these past few minutes. We've only seen 2 players eliminated as we've seen that storm slowly close. And for a lot of these teams right now, it's about what's their best point of approach here. They don't want to have to walk into a team like Reckless, like Alex, that are hungry to solidify that lead and solidify themselves that ticket to Germany.
Yeah, almost ready to try and punch their ticket here. And let's see how it's all going to go down. Not much time before the Storm clocks in as well. Ooh, I'm ready for this one. Ready and waiting. See if they can make it happen. Tone Tinker ready to try and play into the angles as well. You can see they're prepared, just playing a sneaky game, a little jiggle peek into this one. Phasma could be in trouble as well. Alex and Reckless, they're just keeping everything on lock. They've got the binoculars out, if you will. They're ready to scope out the competition here.
We're seeing, again, a little bit of an interesting pull. You can see Alex Reckless, pretty good tower spot that they've got themselves. They can free range to shoot down on a lot of the teams here over at Sandy. Storm Surge warning. A lot of these teams above the threshold, and Resign's Tinker, they fell early in the last game and they're trying to avenge it. And they're looking for these fights right now. Venox and Zeph clean swept by Tinker and Resigns there. Beautiful fight from them.
Big fight coming on through. Oh, powerful aim coming in from Alex there. Going to be, or Reckless rather, going to be good for that one. And ready to see if they can manage to power through maybe a little bit more. They're going to be good, at least for the Storm Surge as well. Well and truly above that threshold there, so won't be too worried at all. Be interested to see when things take a turn for the better or the worse in this regard, Tony, as some of the teams get closer and closer to each other. Phasma might be in an uncomfortable position as well. You can see might need to charge up in a second, and they're playing pretty closely to some of their opponents on the ground level.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough position for a lot of the teams on the low ground, especially when you've got beamers like Alex and Reckless up on this high ground. Just going to be editing away. Building themselves a staircase down. They're actually going to be taking a little bit more of a passive approach, especially with the fact that the zone has pulled more eastern. They're going to have to cross that river. They're going to have to blast themselves across here. Aspects and Kazi do have a few elims to their board, and they're sitting pretty good right now. But they're just going to have to keep that pace up. Alex Reckless on the move early, and that's what we said, you know, in some of the breaks between the games. Alex Reckless and teams of experience are very willing to rotate early, take up that space early, and then really fight for it once they're in a good spot.
Yeah, going to be fighting as hard as they can into this one. So I love to see it, Tone. And curious to see what else they are going to be doing here as Alex and Reckless now. Ooh, might find Tung Tung there. Not going to be able to catch them as yet. It's kind of scary, right? You don't know where to look with so many enemies just crawling around you. It's like an absolute swarm, isn't it, Tone? But they will be able to lock it down, at least at this moment, and try and hunker in.
Hunker on down. Rotations coming through. Seldom, Epsi, Burger, Klaxi, all rotating the same path here, and they need to be cautious because Tame, Massimo as well on that outskirt. Definitely want to pepper the shots in as well. Alex and Reckless do have sightline to what's happening here. But it's a group up here over towards Four Fields. Matt, a lot of open space here. Not a whole lot of mountain, just a lot of open terrain for these teams to navigate.
Yeah, there's a lot of space for them to navigate, isn't it? And going to be more where that came from, Tone. As you can see, the zone's getting smaller here. I'm getting a bit worried about just how close things are going to go. Storm Surge active as well, so they're trying to get these eliminations locked in, considering how many bodies are still in the server right now. Like, this is an absolute battleground for these rosters here, and I don't know who's going to be able to pull through on this one, man.
Yeah, we're shooting our trees right now, Matt, just making sure nobody's hiding behind them. Reckless, Alex, making sure nobody feels safe in this lobby. Western pull off of Four Fields here. A lot of these teams hugging pretty close to where that next zone's going to be. Some of them are even in where they're sitting right now. And we'll see a little bit of a storm surge. A few teams going to be taking a little bit of damage. They need to dish out a little bit more now. Crusades, Phasma, and all the wits in the low ground. It's River, Goofy. A lot of duos now. Third-party potential for a lot of these teams to rack up some elims. Crusades and Phasma, they show presence, but they know they have to tuck and hide.
Yeah, duck and weave through this one. Eager to see what is it going to be onwards from here. So there will be looking to hold it back. Take this one as best they can here, but the chaos still ensues. They are trying their best to find any angle to strangle in an elimination or more. Storm Surge, warning, warning, it's going to be hitting up again, but they're still trying their best to break through, get the edits they can to gain a bit more lead motion here, Tone, but here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting as well looking at that Storm Surge warning, and I believe every time I've looked at Alex and Reckless, they've been well above the threshold. They don't have to worry about that Storm Surge. But now we look at that low ground. A lot of teams that really want to stake their claim. Danath aggro down there with Vazen and his duo. Gripsy tripping. They've taken up onto the high ground. They've got themselves a pretty comfortable position here to shoot down on the rest of the lobby, but they've got players across from them shooting back at them.
Shooting back and forth, trading a blow for blow into this one, Tony. And, ooh, Crypty going to be in a bit of trouble there as well. 20 HP and a dream. Trying their best to hold back on this one. Oh, no! Knocked down, and they're out of here. Nice elimination coming over the top of that one. Focus back onto Alex and Reckless here, though. Looking to just maintain course here. They've got their own bunker, you know. It's going to be the shelter. And they're not looking to let anybody through, but they might not have a choice in the matter in a second.
Yeah, may not have a choice. Tinker resigns. Keep your eyes out on those two. Tame Massimo up on the high ground here. Alex Reckless, a little bit of a mid-high ground for them. But they've got themselves a pretty good position. They're dictating the pace. One of those teams that in this late game we could see really pop off, but they're getting shots down here from Massimo and Tame, who will continue to put their best foot forward. They've got a ton of space to take up here, and they've got a ton of angles to shoot down. We see Everlong and Pumpkin in this top 20. Not a position we've seen from them in quite a while. Alex going to put the pressure on. Kazi going to be taken out single-handedly. Alex just putting down the foot on the throat there, and he will find that quick elim.
We'll be able to find it, and looking to see if they can catch him more where that came from, Tony. They will be looking to take aim at this one, raining down hell from above here. Alex and Reckless trying to maneuver the smoke plate. The camouflage warfare bouncing to the top. Trying to get on top of an elimination here. See if they can take the aim up high once again. Oh, gonna be a bit of trouble. Alex and Reckless doing it all over again. So they get bouncy with it and looking to get more done.
Yeah, flow state here, almost to top 10 for these teams right now. Alex, Reckless just moving like different beasts. And they will take up on the high ground. They've found themselves a situation now to play the gatekeeper for all of these teams trying to walk on in. We still see Tame and Massimo. We still see Tinker and Resigns. We will still see Rob and Mountain. We will see them fall, actually. Tinker and Resigns shutting them out very quickly, but again, they have to be cautious. Alex, Reckless on this high ground as we go into the top 8. Tinker's looking to push.
Looking to push and looking to do everything within their power. Let's see if they can power up, lock it in, Mr. Tony. As they hold it down, Alex trying their best to lock in as well. Tinker and Resigns are going to be A-okay, at least for the time being. Alex in trouble. Will hit the rubble there. Aggro gonna fall short as well. Say goodbye to Aggro, Alex, and maybe more. This feed is lighting up, Tony. The pressure is building.
Yeah, it's building more and more. Top 6 to now top 5. Tinker Resigns. They're still in the mix. They're still playing for their chance at Germany. We'll be editing away here. The storm goes quiet. All of the fights go quiet. Reckless is up on this higher ground, but Tinker will take upon it. They are going to be landing shots down Elim onto Zatos. Tinker Resigns. Now flip the script. Top 4. As we see everybody else on the low ground, Matt, this could be Tinker and Resigns booking themselves a spot in Germany.
Could be the time to book their ticket, my man, and eager to see if this is exactly where we're going to take it. As the little feed lights up once again, we're down to our last few here. Mason in a bit of trouble, does find Zycra. Nice fade away onto the peak there. Reckless going down as well. It's down to the last few here, Tony. 3 teams remain, 4 players left on deck here. Who's going to get it done?
And it's looking really likely that Tinker and Resign will take it. They've got high ground there, but still one solo in the mix. It's Vason still fighting for that potential, for that placement, for those points right now. Yuki trying to rotate in, trying to play spoiler to Vason, but he'll find the shots. It's now a solo versus a duo. Tinker's looking for the moment to pounce. He'll drop down. Walls built from both sides. Shot pump. Vason will take out Tinker, and we're down to the 1 versus 1. It's Vason versus Resigns. It's Vason trying to build up, trying to meet him a level high ground, Matt, and Resign will fall. Vason takes him out, and Vason will take the final game here in the FNCS.
Oh my goodness! What a way to get it done. Nate, how are you feeling after that one, mate? What a thriller.
You say get it done. What exactly have we achieved just yet? This is going down to the absolute wire. A reminder that Resigns and Tinker were 45 points off 3rd place going into it. Now, of course, Vason and Bulldogs, Phasma and Crusades, all placing rather nicely as well. But don't forget, we've gone on about it the whole time. Plus 4 points for every Elium. Both Resigns and Tinker absolutely popping off. We're going to bring you that final leaderboard in just a moment's time. Back to you, Matsy. Have a look at the action. Tell me your standout highlights.
Oh, there's too many to choose from, mate. This game just heated up on all cylinders. Like, seeing some of those absolute speedy peaks coming through there, some of the tracking is something that was a big highlight for me. You know, I think from a lot of players, I'd love to see them making use of their angles and just really taking it for their own.
Tony, friend, it was breathless play, particularly there at the end. It was solo versus a duo, and yet that shoddy popping off. Friend, one last time, are you bold enough to make a prediction on who that 3rd place team's going to be, or do you want to wait and find out?
I definitely have my my bold prediction on Resigns and Tinker there, but yeah, that was a chaotic endgame to say the least. I am still trying to catch my breath after that one. And for both of those teams, I thought, we saw Alex and Reckless take up on that high ground. We're like, oh, this is just going to be them taking the game for their own, staking their claim at Germany. But they started to fall. They made a little bit of a calculated error, and a lot of the other teams seized that opportunity to make a play for it.
Wonderful to see the very cream of the crop all being there at the end. 12 games over 2 days with 8 different winners. There can be only 3 duos off to Germany, off to Dusseldorf for the FNCS Major 1 Summit. That prize pool is 200,000 USD with a top 5 going straight through to the Global Championship. The final stages of this, that is my very deepest breath I can muster. Have a look at Tinker, of course. Vazen popping off with a few elims right at the end. They were in second, a little clear of the pack. So we do feel like it really was Phasma and Crusades versus Resigns and Tinker. We're about to find out right now, friends. Congratulations. First of all, Alex and Reckless, very deserved finishes up the top. What about Vazen and Bulldogs absolutely smashing through on day 2? And have a look at spot number 3. 2Tap Tony, you can take all the credit you would like. In third position, Resigns and Tinker. They were 45 points off the pace. Absolutely come through like something else. But what about Phasma and Crusades, Matsy? What do you say for them? So close.
Oh, so close yet so far. You could see how much they wanted it, right? They were battling their hearts out, especially into that last endeavor there, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. So at least they get to take away some prizing there, but hopefully they get another chance into the future.
Tony, what about the top dogs? They deserve their flowers. Alex and Reckless, incredible play, averaging almost 6 elims every game over 12 games in 2 days. Deserved winners, surely.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very clean elims from them. And as well, average placement of around the top 9. They got into the late game, and that's when they found their form. That top 20, that top 10 mark was where we saw them come to life here. They had a quiet first half yesterday to now a resurgence into the day yesterday into a blistering form in these final few games, and a well-deserved top of the table for them. But yeah, Falcon, Vazenbot, and Falcon Gerald, those guys definitely deserve their flowers as well.
Yeah, we've been going Bulldogs for Falcon Gerald. I tell you what, either one of those names is great by me. And then finally, Matsy, Resigns and Tinker turn it around right at the end. I know we had Profound Rice with us yesterday, but what have you made of game 7 to 12 for them today?
Absolute cinema. To put it simply there, Nate, just absolute cinema coming through. Well-deserved victories for all of our top-placed teams there. And honestly, incredible work from all of the rosters across the board. There's a reason that these players are placed where they did, because they put the harder work in and they earned their spot.
Shout out as well, Agro and Danaf, who took out game 11, and we kind of moved on a little quickly, but you deserve your win. Again, one of the 8 duos to win one of these 12 games. We were speculating right at the start, it seems like so long ago, about placement versus elim rate. What are you going to focus on? 2Tap Tony, I think halfway through yesterday, you're like, I think it's just going to be both. And very consistently, we see there, higher placement, higher elim numbers. It makes me feel really confident we are sending the very best teams from OCE to Germany.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially with how, the top of the table there really played out those, those top 10s, those top 20s, where it gets chaotic, where you have to secure those elims very quickly. We saw a lot of aggressive pushes from those teams at the top. Reckless, Alex, they were making a lot of the front end maneuvers. Resigns, Tinker, they were laying in the shadows, waiting for their moment to pounce too. And yeah, definitely you can see the effect that both placement and elims has on this overall leaderboard.
We like an aggressive meta. We like an aggressive game call as well. Matty, thank you very much for joining us here for day 2 to Tap Tony. An absolute pleasure over both days. And from myself, Nate Talos, what a 2-day event. Again, very confident we are sending the 3 very best duos off to Germany. But for all 100 competitors, 50 duos, sincerely, a round of applause to you all. We saw some of those big moments from the underdogs at the end, and we haven't forgotten. We'll be going through the replays. That game 12, one for the ages, just goes to show you can turn it around in one game of Fortnite from going from playing in little old OCE to Germany, representing, some might say, the best region in the world. From myself, Natalos, to Tap, Tony, Matzi, the wonderful team here for Trips Productions. It's been a pleasure. Until next time.